here. Apart from the fact that he has served in so many different areas, he has sat on the Court of Appeal in Belize, he is also a member of the Court of Appeal of Cayman. I think that those persons who are lawyers would say, he taught us. And the remarkable thing about it is that we all feel that we are the only special persons. I mean, we had a Zoom celebration for my graduating class in October. And I wrote him a note to say, but why did they think you were talking to them? Everybody knows you were talking to me. And that is a sentiment of everybody who has ever been taught by him, that they are special to him, merely because he's special to them. So I wish him well. I know that this is not the last we are hearing of him. I wish him well. And I do want to say that the choice of Mr. Justice Brooks to support him is one which will be applauded by the entire community, as he's known for his erudition and the quality of the judgments that he delivers. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity to say that. I was actually itching to do it. And now to my distinguished colleague. I have congratulated him several times. On Friday, when we learned officially of the nomination here, I expressed the view that just being nominated was deserving of celebration. But I want to say how proud Jamaica is of him and the region, in the fact that he has now secured, finally, one of the 9 seats for the Caribbean. And we are tremendously proud that it is a Jamaican who has done it, but more so that it is somebody who is deeply committed to the welfare of persons who have disabilities. He has been a sterling advocate for all and has created in many people a sense of awareness so that we have a different way of looking at things. I know that he will distinguish himself in his role. And as I know that he will be replying, I want to say to the Minister that, of course, you have to celebrate the work that your team did. It was remarkable. I had a sense of the lobbying which it took, and the first round, when we did not make it in the first round, I felt a sense of anxiety, but I had confidence too that the team would deliver. And of course, I felt like a proud mother when I heard that afternoon. Proud big sister, thank you for your graciousness when I learned that my friend and my colleague and a member of this Senate had ascended to this position. I want to make one last point, and this is really a point for Jamaica to observe. I want to make the point that this recommendation was made by our late Minister Shahini Robinson. And I want to make the point that it is under JLP administration that this effective lobby has been delivered, while Senator Floyd Morris sits on the opposition benches. I make the point because I think it is important for the country to see what we can achieve when we work across the aisles. And while I apologize to my friend Senator Morris, I think for delaying, I think it is an important signal in more ways than one. And I hope that they look on and they see the sort of civility and dedication to country which transcends partisan politics. Mr. President, on a personal note, this is the last time that I shall be in this seat. I think it is well known that I am going to remain in the Senate, but I shall not be the leader of opposition business in the Senate. And I do think that it is appropriate for me to thank all of my colleagues on both sides for the support that they have given to me in this role. When I was appointed, I was very reluctant to take it on, I must confess. I felt that there were persons more eminently suited for this post. But I have enjoyed it. I have, I think, grown in it as I've learned patience, tolerance, and all sorts of other skills, including parenting skills, I am told, because everybody knows my pet name is Motherhead. Mr. President, when I say my colleagues, I am embracing both sides. But I thank Dr. Peter David Phillips for having given me the opportunity to lead such a remarkable set of persons. I could not have discharged my duties in the way that I did without the staff here at Parliament. I could call them anytime, request anything of them, and they were always accommodating. And the Marshal and I have a special relationship because, of course, how many people are going to admit that they come from Moko? So, so I want to just say, Mr. President, I thank you for your generosity towards me, for your guidance, and for your support. I am still here. And my final word is to those who expected me to walk away, to say I've never sought leadership at any level in the party. I've only been willing to serve, and I'm always ready to be part of a team. My conviction and my commitment is to serving my country, and I will continue to do so, if it pleases you.
Before I call on Senator Morris to respond to his successful election bid, I suspect that the leader may want to respond to something that Senator Motley just said a while ago concerning her tenure here. I would certainly add that it has been a pleasure working with you as leader of opposition business. I've had occasion to sit in the Senate with many persons of distinguished character who are dedicated to this country that we all serve, and you certainly rank along with the best of those. I was concerned, based on certain public utterances, that I would not have had the opportunity to address you again as leader of opposition business. But there it is, the uncertainties of public life. But on a personal note, it has been a pleasure working with you. And we know that we have not seen the last of you in terms of your contribution to this Jamaica here, land we love. And on another personal note, I hope that they fix your road soon. Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. The truth is, Mr. President, that I hadn't planned to say anything about it because, quite frankly, I was just pleased to have the status quo continue. But the question did arise, Mr. President, as I had received a letter indicating that there would have been a change of circumstances as of yesterday, and accordingly I had anticipated a different unfolding of the agenda today. But it is as it is, and while it seems premature to when there are formalities which have to take place, and I don't know if it's the pedant in me or the lawyer, but it seems to me it could well be that as well. It could well be that as well. But as a colleague, as a sister in leadership, as someone who has always indicated that we should always work to find an opportunity to raise our vision and our conduct of public life above that of partisan politics, that we should be able to speak collegially, and that is indeed the best way in which this Senate can operate and should operate. It has and continues to be a pleasure to work with you as my counterpart in this Senate. And Mr. President, I think that I should not say any more, because otherwise, because let us see how things unfold. And but I appreciate the way in which you conduct your office, and as indeed I think all do. So, Mr. President, I will allow you to continue this process.
Thank you very much, Leader. Senator Morris, I will entertain a brief response from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I rise with a sense of humility to express my profound appreciation and heartfelt thanks to all who were involved in the successful election of myself to the Committee on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And it is a fitting tribute to persons with disabilities in Jamaica during this week that is being observed as Disability Awareness Week. And last week, Wednesday, Mr. President, when we had the final campaign session, and I spoke with that excellent team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what more can we do? And they said to me, as people of faith, we do the work, and it is at this time that we intensify our prayers. And indeed, Mr. President, we prayed, and God delivered. Yes. And I say, to God be the glory, great things he continues to do. And as a man who have a firm and passionate belief in God, I know that once you put your faith and trust in him, as he has said in his word in Isaiah, that he will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth. And I am deeply grateful for all the support that has been given by the team at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, at the Ministry of Culture. Minister, I had a meeting with Minister Samuda last week, Tuesday, with the team from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and he said, you know, when I look at your CV, Senator Morris, you must get on this committee. And I was told by Ambassador Stone Roof that at about 10 o'clock Monday night, she got a call from Minister Grange, who told her that, look, we have to do everything in our powers to get him on the committee. So I am fully conscious of the efforts of the government in terms of ensuring. And Senator Scott Motley made a point that is fundamental, and I want to reiterate it, that I was, Senator Scott Motley made the point. You will hear what I have to say, Senator Breyer. Yes. Senator Scott Motley made the point about me being a member of the opposition, and that this recommendation to the United Nations came through the government of Jamaica, led by Prime Minister Andrew Holness, or Andrew Michael Holness. Prime Minister Andrew Michael Holness. And they never just made the recommendation, Mr. President. They supported it to the core. And Minister I am deeply grateful and I am deeply honored for the support and the effort of the administration. And I pledge to continue to do my best to uplift one of the marginalized groups in Jamaica and the world, because the committee is charged with the responsibility of monitoring the implementation of one of the largest treaties at the United Nations, because over 180 countries have signed and ratified the treaty, which makes it one of the largest treaties in the United Nations. And it's a committee of experts. So the mere fact that I have been elected to that body is a reaffirmation of the faith and confidence that individuals on the international stage have reposed in my abilities, and I will endeavor to make sure that I do this country proud as I sit on that committee. And I want to say to the government, just as how my mother taught me, that you must always aspire to give. When you get, you must always try to give. And I have, Minister, my arms outstretched. I can't stretch out my arms as much as I would because I am restricted by this glass before me. But I have my arms outstretched to the government to do whatsoever I can to assist in the implementation of the Disabilities Act that was passed in 2014. I've said it and put it in writing to Minister Samuda already, because it is going to look good if we have a member sitting at the table at the United Nations and we are languishing behind with the implementation of the Disabilities Act. And I have said to them, I know the things that needs to be done, and we have been discussing. In fairness to Minister Samuda, he said to Minister Xavier Main that we must sit down and work out the timetable and a schedule for the realization of the Disabilities Act, and I pledge my fulsome support in that regard. And finally, Mr. President, you know, there's a lot of challenges that persons with disabilities have been confronted with. No, not at all. It's not a position. It's not a position. It's not a position that requires me to leave Jamaica. It's a position that will see me traveling to and from Jamaica, New York, and Switzerland. But I will be based in beautiful and wonderful Jamaica. So, Mr. President, I was saying that the disabled community is near and dear to my heart. And one of the things that I have said to members of the community is that those of us who are in leadership have to prepare the younger generation to take over, because certainly I am not going to be on the stage for eternity. And we have to start preparing a new cadre of young leaders to take over the leadership of the disability community. And I, Mr. President, I believe in giving back. I believe in giving back. And I want to signal my intention, Mr. President, to provide 3 scholarships to 3 persons with disabilities. One will start in January to do a master's in public policy at the University of the West Indies. And 2 individuals to start their PhD at the University of the West Indies in September 2021. We have to make sure that we build capacity and prepare for the future. And I am committed to raising all the funds to support these individuals in their educational pursuit. Mr. President, I really am humbled to serve. And as I go forward, I am minded of Micah 6, verse 8, which says, "Ye have showed thee, O men, what the Lord has required of thee, to do justly, to love mercy, and walk humbly with thy God." And I'm prepared to walk humbly with thy God. God bless you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morris. I have added already my words of congratulations to you, but I did get a message from former Senator Robert Montague. Said, please remind Senator Morris is St. Mary him come from. So, so I have delivered the message from Minister Montague. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is now intended for us to proceed with the agenda, the formal agenda. And we will start by continuing the debate on the Dogs Liability for Attacks Bill 2020, and then we will proceed with the Bank of Jamaica Amendment Act 2020, which will be led by Senator Auburn Hill. As you will recall, Mr. President, I had opened the debate last week having tabled a list of amendments, and the floor is therefore now open for the opposition to continue the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Senator Scott Motley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there is a tendency for when we debate acts which we consider to be of significant public interest that we always urge that we launch a public education program. In this instance, I don't think you will hear such an appeal, because the media, I must comment on that, they have been speaking about this matter in detail. There have been a number of programs, there have Vox Pop, and it has been widely canvassed as to how people feel about it. Indeed, the head of the JSPCA on a program said that once the debate started in that other place, she was inundated with calls and persons trying to, I won't say abandon, but I will say give up responsibility for their animals. In one day alone, she had to receive 14 animals. So there has been a lot of publicity about it. I do recall the very day when Senator Clarence Morrison, as she was then, raised the matter in the Senate, and that met with approval across the aisles. Having come to this place, however, I must admit, quite frankly, that I'm a bit disappointed with how the legislation has been crafted. And I do think it is because we were also traumatized by the reports that we had received, that it was natural for us to want to ensure that the public felt that due consideration was being given to the matter and that a commitment had been discharged. And so the approach that I take, Mr. President, in my contribution is to look first at the memorandum of objects and reasons. And in explaining it, it says a decision has been taken to repeal the Dogs Liability for Injuries Act and replace it with legislation that imposes a statutory duty on the owner of a dog, defined to include any person responsible for a dog, to exercise management and control of the dog, to ensure that the dog does not cause injury to an individual in a public space. And the Act does fulfill that objective because it does lay on the owner of a dog certain responsibilities. So, for example, the owner has to ensure that at all times while the dog is in a public space, it is kept under control, that there's a muzzle, there's a leash, and it is kept in a receptacle, which prevents the dog from attacking any individual or an animal. But respectfully, where the injury has been caused in the public space, it has not been caused because the owner of the dog was present and was negligent. Those are not the reports that we have had. The reports which we have had are of dogs roaming the street and attacking individuals. Indeed, the last incident, which was widely publicized, you saw the photograph of the house that it is alleged that the dogs came from. And what struck you was that the place was wide open. I would have liked to see in this legislation a provision which would prevent the dogs from getting in the public space. Because if you deal with them, with preventing them from getting into the public space, then you can actually create a better solution to the problem which we are experiencing. So, for example, one of the requirements is that dog owners should have a fence or a gate or keep a dangerous dog in an enclosed sort of situation so that they are not able to come out on the road to attack persons. I pause to extend my sympathy and my condolences to the families of Michael Allen, who was actually injured by a dog who it appears came from somebody's yard on the very day that the debate was taking place in the House. I am grateful that there are persons in the diaspora who have come together to assist him and to ensure that he gets appropriate treatment overseas, and we all look forward to good news of his recovery. But it is precisely for that reason that I raise this issue. Because if it is in fact the house which we were shown, and something had been put in place, a fence, a gate, something, that story might have been different today. So I go, Mr. President, to look at some of the other clauses. And I want to thank the leader did say that Senator Sinclair had assisted with the amendments which were tabled, the 13 amendments. And it I have to commend him for the work which he has done, because one of the deepest concerns that I had when I looked at the legislation was the fact that although Clause 10 attached to the criminal liability, which is in, is Clause 6, Senator Sinclair? Senator, criminal liability is attached in Clause 6, but it is Clause 10 which is the trigger. There was nothing set out as a warning, a first warning or a second warning. And so I am grateful to him that he has sought to address it in the proposed amendment. But I think nonetheless that a form should still be attached so that there is uniformity about the way that the warnings are issued. And I would commend that as soon as is possible that this issue be addressed. So, Mr. President, when you really look at the legislation overall, what it has done is, which is of great significance, is the criminal liability which it attaches to dog ownership. And even there, I have to ask myself if that is really what we want to do. If what we really want to do is criminalize the failure of the owner, or what we want to do is to ensure that the persons who suffer injury are adequately and significantly compensated. In some jurisdictions, how they have sought to do it is to say that if you have a particular type of dog, then you have to have insurance for the dog. Because they know that where you are disfigured, as young Michael Allen has been, or where you suffer serious mental impairment, as is considered by the legislation itself, what you need is money. Money to treat your condition, money to help you overcome what you have experienced. It is not that you want to see somebody incarcerated. Because the problem with incarcerating the person is that you lose the opportunity for restorative justice. Might be what one of the things that could be imposed is that the person has to give a percentage of their salary or something like that. But if the person is incarcerated, it doesn't really help the person who has been injured and suffering pain. And I thought that I would like to hear exactly what impelled the consideration for criminal liability. Is it just a deterrent sort of effect? Or is it that we deeply feel that anybody whose animal injures anybody should be punished for it? So, you know, President, what I discovered when I was looking at this matter? This whole question of being permitted, the owner of a dog, the person who permits a dog to live or remain in the premises then develops criminal and civil liability. There is a person in a complex with which I'm associated who makes it her duty to feed stray dogs and stray cats. I'm not particularly fond of cats, so I take a wide berth from them. She does it because she loves animals and she can't stand to see them suffer or be hungry. But now that we have introduced this element of criminal liability, does that shift the feeling of compassion or of caring that motivates her to feed in the dogs? Because would it be said that she has permitted the dogs to remain? I mean, they're not there permanently. But you know, they come there, they eat, they hang around after they have ate their meals. They have nowhere to go because they are obviously strays. And I'm just wondering what will be the result now? Will people be afraid to take care of these dogs? In fact, there's a young lady, and I forget her name now, who actually started a movement in Jamaica and has rescued over 1,000 stray dogs. She comes from Mandeville. I think her last name is Snow, but I'm not remembering now. She actually has sent overseas 200 dogs to new families. And recently, a benefactor bought a property of 17 acres so that she can actually keep dogs there. It's just, you know, something amazing. She is Jamaican, which is surprising, because sometimes it's the same Jamaicans who just have the dogs and abandon them. And it just shows that there are people who look beyond and who actually care enough to do something about a problem which they encounter. So, Tammy Brown, yes. So, Mr. President, I move on from that to ask a question about Section 5, Clause 5.4. Clause 5.4 makes it clear that a person is not liable. A person is not liable for any injury if at the time of the attack the dog was in the custody or care of another person whom that person reasonably believed to be a fit and proper person to exercise the duties. And I must confess, Minister, that I don't like the insertion of this first mentioned person description. I think it should be clear. If we have been using owner all along, let's continue to use owner rather than this first mentioned person. At 4 and at 5, that is the terminology which is used. When you come to 5, it says that subsection 4 shall not apply in any case where the first mentioned person, again I recommend that we put the owner, has employed or contracted the other person to provide a security service using the dog, and the other person in providing that service acted in the course of the person's duties. So the effect of that is that the owner can't escape liability if the dog is contracted out to provide security services. But of course, you know that Senator Brown would be concerned about that. And since he's not speaking today, well, for now, Senator Sinclair, do not do that, Senator Sinclair, because you are going to tempt him, and he will speak. But what he has expressed a concern about is whether or not an owner could actually extricate himself from this responsibility by entering into a contract with a security guard, which shifts the responsibility to the security guard, or in some way. So when we're thinking about it, I think it is important to also look at any unintended consequences which might flow and see how we can make it pellucid what the intention of the legislation is. The clause 8E. This time I need Senator Longmore's intervention, because that is a clause which says that you can be subject to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years in any case where the attack results in the death of an individual, and the offender is proved to have been present at the time of the attack and to have failed to attempt to restrain the dog or to render assistance to the individual attack. So it's a strict. But there are circumstances in which the person, the owner, is so traumatized by the fact of this attack that they can't do anything. It is not necessarily, sometimes it is that you're afraid of the dog, because we all know the story of the pit bull who attacked the son of the owner. So sometimes the attacks come even within the family. But you can imagine that you have a dog who you know to be docile, doesn't give any trouble, sweet and loving, man's best friend and woman's best guide, and then you're walking on the road and this dog just turns into a vicious, snarling dog and attacks somebody, mauls them to death, while you are there, dumbstruck. It is not just a shock of it, because you can go into that kind of shock, and to attempt to restrain a dog who is carrying out a vicious attack unexpectedly is really asking a lot. And this carries the highest penalty, because it carries a penalty of 15 years. Well, it has been already noticed that it is that the dog must be euthanized, so I won't go into that. But I want to make another, these are, others of my colleagues have some thoughts, at least one other, but I want to make a broader point. I want to make the point that these dogs really ought not to be in Jamaica. That's the first point. And I want to just ask you to allow me to raise some instances to justify, like a submission with authority. So let's go back to 2011. As a 62-year-old woman was walking in a community in St. Catherine and was mauled by pit bull. 2012, a woman and her 14-month-old son were attacked by a pit bull. Luckily, they survived. 2014, a 59-year-old man was mauled by 3 pit bulls in St. Mary. 2016, a 56-year-old man from St. Catherine. 2018, this one really impacted us a lot, because the man was just going out for a walk, and I think he was actually supposed to be celebrating his birthday the following day, or there was some family event. And 4 pit bulls and Rottweilers mauled him to death. And then came 2019 with a teacher at Red Hills. I think that everybody, certainly here, we were totally traumatized by that. Then we have had young Michael Allen, and in that same week, we had several other reported instances. But the overwhelming thing is that it's pit bulls. In most of the reports, it's pit bulls. And I know, Mr. President, you're going to tell me they are sweet, delightful, harmless persons, but harmless dogs, almost like persons, but, but some of us don't have that experience. The fact of the matter is that they ought not to be here, because under the Importation Act, you can only bring in dogs from Great Britain, the Republic of Eire, and Ireland. And if you check it back, you will see that those dogs are actually banned from being there. So when I ask, how did this happen? Say, oh, they come in by ship. They come in this way or they come in that way. But the fact of the matter is that if we focused on enforcing our laws, this would not be an issue with which we would have to contend. So, Mr. President, I suggest that what we can do is that we can have a registration of these dogs. I think this is in fact what happens in Barbados, that within 6 months of birth, almost like a regular person, you have to go and register your dog. And in Trinidad too. So you actually have a list of persons and the consequent liability which attaches to the persons. And I think that we should consider that. The good thing about that also is that when if the dog actually ventures into a public place, you can quickly trace who is the owner of the dog, because usually they're required to wear a tag or some kind of ID. And we're getting into very sophisticated times. I am not suggesting that you go and you place a chip on the dog. I'm not there yet. Senator Longmore, you're there. But we have to find a way. We really do have to find a way to deal with the problem which we are experiencing. You know, I actually saw where they said that there is a 20-year study by the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and it showed that pit bulls were responsible for nearly a third of all fatal dog attacks recorded. And I also took the time, as I said, Mr. President, to read a little further, and I did get the sense that there are some with remarkable disposition. So I'm not talking about yours.
On a point of order.
Or a point to my order.
I breed Belgian Malinois, which are a completely different breed to Pit Bull. In fact, I have a litter now if anybody is interested in purchasing.
Mr. President, I do withdraw my remarks, and I do require some compensation for giving you that opportunity to advertise. So, no, but seriously, Mr. President, I think that it would be a good way to solve some of the problems that we're experiencing. I don't think, respectfully, that this legislation is going to do what we want it to do. It's really not that fundamentally different from the Act of 1887. The Dog Liabilities Act of 1887, in the sense that what it introduces new elements. The criminal liability, the requirement, for example, to, when you have them in the public space. But I still go back to the pervasive problem, which is the dogs who travel in packs on the road and attack people. The dogs who leave where they're supposed to be and attack people on the road. Because they're not properly secured. Most Jamaicans keep dogs for their personal protection inside their home. And they should be made to acknowledge that that is why they keep them. Rather than to have for the dogs to be running out. Even when you're passing a house with dogs, and there are many where I live, the viciousness with which they come to the fence, even though they know you're going to walk by there to go for your walk, 9 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the evening on a Saturday, they still come at you. And you cannot help but wonder what would happen if they were able to escape or break down the fence.
Absolutely.
So much less so somebody who there is no protection or barrier between them. So, Mr. President, there must be something that all of us need to learn from this, the fact that you can rely on a dog so much, that you rely on the dog to guide people who are blind, that even vets have to use them, that they are companions and so lovable, and yet they can be so vicious. It must be a commentary on life, a deep commentary on life, which we will not entertain at this moment. But I do hope that I know that some of my remarks cannot be addressed in this legislation because I'm very mindful of the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. But I do hope that in quick succession, we look at some existing legislation, that we actually enforce what is in place, that we actually revive the pounds all over the country so that we have a place to put these dogs who are going to be given up, and that we have a system which is actually working and efficient. Senator Sinclair, I was surprised that you didn't, that in making the adjustments when you spoke about the reporting requirements, that you didn't insert a reporting requirement that if people see the dog straying and think that they are vicious, they can actually make a report to the constable too. It says an individual who is attacked, so there has to be attacked, or who has witnessed an attack, makes a report. But so if I'm wrong, please point it out to me. Or you, okay, right. But what it does is it's predicated on an attack in the legislation. Oh, I'm sorry. So you did amend that one. So Senator Sinclair, I'm selling you short because you actually did look at it. As I said, I was surprised that you had not seen it. So it's my mistake, not yours. So Mr. President, I thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Golden Campbell. Is this a maiden outing? Maiden outing? Good morning, Prime Minister Golding.
Not this one, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you kindly. Mr. President, I rise to give support to the bill before us, recognizing it is a short piece of legislation, but promises to make a very profound and positive impact on the victims of injuries suffered as a result of dog attacks. Mr. President, there are hundreds of Jamaicans that have dogs as pets and companions in their home. The bond with one's dog can be immeasurably comforting to a dog owner. And dogs provide not just emotional support for their owner, as Senator Scott Motley spoke about, but also are guardians of their safety and needed assistance to their owners in critical moments as well. But what I think is being attempted by this bill, Mr. President, and I think it is a welcomed attempt and a successful attempt, is to balance the role of dogs as comforters and almost caregivers to their owners with what I would call their innate propensity as well. The fact is that dogs have an innate hunting instinct. And when and to the extent that that instinct poses a danger to humans and other animals, we have to find a balance. And I believe, Mr. President, that this bill seeks to do so. I pause too, Mr. President, as we talk about the impact that dogs and dog attacks can have, to also recognize young Mikel Allen,
because no attempt to seek to create a balance with this piece of legislation is of any help to him in the aftermath of his ordeal. And as a mother, I can only imagine the terror that he must have experienced and the anguish of his mother and family members who must have felt impotent in the face of the pain and the agony which he had to have suffered. I am heartened he has been able to undergo specialized surgery, and I understand from the comments of the leader of government business on the last sitting of the Senate and from the media that he is in good spirits. And I know, Mr. President, the entire Senate wishes him a speedy and full recovery. But, Mr. President, this bill is not only directed at human beings, but also addresses injuries to animals, husbandry of farmers, many of them small and struggling. Some are what I will refer to as household farmers, who have little recourse when their animals are killed or maimed by dogs and suffer losses that they have difficulty recovering from, losses which seriously affect their ability to care and look after their families financially. I think we all have a consciousness of the multiplicity of incidents where small farmers lose their goats, their cattle, their chicken, and other animals to dog attacks. And many have had to accept those losses without being able to avail themselves of other legal means of recourse. And I mean, Mr. President, not to hurt myself, but hiring an attorney to file a civil claim is not always an accessible option for every single person. And this bill provides a remedy that allows those persons to have some recourse when they lose their livestock. Mr. President, as I was researching the data on dog attacks, I realized that at least in this jurisdiction, we suffer from a paucity of data on dog attacks. It's unfortunate, but the truth is that most dog attacks go unreported. And yes, we have seen a number of attacks reported in recent times, and I think after one attack that hits the media, there may be a tendency of the media to look at the issue a little bit more. But to compound things, there's really no central repository for this kind of information. The provisions in this bill, Mr. President, I believe will encourage the reporting of dog attacks and allow us to collate the data that we need to drive the kind of legislative changes that we make in this Parliament. And that, Mr. President, is a good thing. But don't get me wrong, because the lack of data on this issue is not only a Jamaican problem. As I looked at the research, and I'm very grateful to my intern, Sashara Eccleston, a student of the Norman Manley Law School, for her assistance. But where we did find data in other jurisdictions, the data is not very recent, and it was difficult to ascertain country to country what exactly the incidents of dog attacks have been in, say, the most recent decade. What we are left with and what we saw were news reports, and when the media does report on these matters, and anecdotal stories of people being attacked by dogs. So the question is, are there 10 attacks per year? Are there 100 attacks per year? Are there 1,000? Those statistics are unavailable and difficult to collate, and we're left mostly with speculation and conjecture. But, Mr. President, I believe stridently that when we act, we ought to act based on data and not on emotions. And after we take that action, we must measure that action and assess whether it is effective or not by looking at the data. So what do we do in the face of a lack of data or a paucity of data? Well, on this particular issue, Mr. President, attack of dogs causing injury to persons especially, and animals as well, I'm comfortable with this bill, even in the face of the paucity of the data, and I'll tell you why. Because there are some things, Mr. President, that a responsible government must do in the protection of the citizens that they serve. And there are some things, and I suspect young Mikel Allen's mother would agree with me, that there are some things that it doesn't matter whether it's affecting one person, 100 persons, or 10,000 persons, our government has a duty to act. And this bill, Mr. President, is a demonstration of that. I want to thank Minister Chuck for piloting the bill. And also, I note, Mr. President, that it was a piece of legislation and a commitment on which the government campaigned. Minister Chuck is to be commended for ensuring that it has come back to the Parliament and that the promise that was made to bring this bill before the Parliament and to have it enacted is a promise that is being kept. Mr. President, there were several discussions outside of the chamber on the provisions of the bill. I heard myself some concerns from various stakeholders on different provisions in the bill. And I know, Mr. President, that the minister responsible has been very accommodating of the concerns raised, meeting with stakeholders, and has brought and accepted amendments in the House, ensuring all views were not just heard, but seriously considered. I myself had discussions with him, and I'm satisfied that the amendments that have been circulated and are to be moved in the Senate will make this bill an even more effective one. So I thank the Minister for his demonstration of good governance and inclusion and responsible leadership. Mr. President, I make a specific comment on Section 10 of the bill as drafted. Section 10 provides for a parish court judge on application by a constable to issue a warrant for the seizure and detention of a suspected dog. And I wonder, Mr. President, if we are not unnecessarily creating a burden on a constable to find a parish court judge when it may well be that such a warrant can be issued by a justice of the peace. I know the issue, I believe the issue was discussed in the House. I would urge us to consider the practicality, especially in rural communities, of a justice of the peace, of a constable finding a parish court judge for a warrant at the particular time that that dog needs to be seized and detained. And especially since, Mr. President, the constable is simply being empowered to remove the dog. Any other act in relation to the dog would have to be ordered by a judge. So I believe Section 10, though discussed in the House, I would ask for us to consider that, the practicality of that provision. Section 10 also permits the constable with a warrant to enter onto the person's premises to seize and detain the suspected dog at a reasonable time. And I question, Mr. President, the necessity of the word reasonable in this clause, because in cases where a dog has caused serious injury and it requires a constable to act expeditiously to detain the dog, in such a scenario, it would seem that the qualification reasonable may serve to hinder an investigation or the speedy action of that constable to detain the dog when necessary. So I'd ask if we could give some consideration to deleting the word reasonable in that instance. There are other legislative changes, Mr. President, that will come in relation to this bill. The minister said so in his remarks in the House, that this bill is intended to deal in a limited fashion with the issue of dog attacks on persons and on animals arising out of the amendments made after discussions. And so I look forward to those changes coming on for our consideration. Mr. President, I make a final comment in relation to the intent of the bill and in response to what might be said by dog owners and dog lovers, because this bill, as I have read it, is not an anti-dog bill. It's not an anti-dog owner bill. It is a responsible ownership of dogs bill. That's what we're talking about. And that's a big difference. It seeks to ensure that dog owners act responsibly and where they do not, they are held to account for their failure. So we are, Senator Scott Motley, going to have to deal with the issue of stray dogs for whom no owners can be found. And I expect and suspect that the minister, in looking at the raft of legislation, other pieces, and I can't remember the names of all of them now, Keeping of Animals Act, that's right, and the others that, the Cruelty to Animals, the Towns and Communities Act, not all of which sit within his portfolio, but I imagine he will have the necessary consultations so that we can tie up all the areas that this bill doesn't specifically address. But to the extent that we have persons, particularly persons, but also animals, who are being maimed and hurt and injured by dog attacks that can be prevented by responsible ownership, then this bill, Mr. President, holds them to account for their failure to do so. A balancing of the interests of all. And in those circumstances, Mr. President, I encourage the support of this bill. I stand in support of it. May it please you, those are my submissions.
Thank you, Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Morris.
You don't want it? Yes, ma'am. You can hold it. You can hold it.
No, hold on. Just take your time.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to this piece of legislation and to express my support for the bill because, Mr. President, I am fully conscious of the use of dogs. And dogs serves different purposes. As a matter of fact, there is a common saying that a dog is a man's best friend. And so I am fully conscious of the use of dogs. But as Senator Golding Campbell just articulated, that this bill is not a bill that is an anti-dog legislation. It is a legislation to facilitate the good ownership and management of dogs. And Senator Johnson Smith said in her presentation last week that it is a legislation to make sure that vicious dogs are placed under proper care and control. I'm paraphrasing, Minister. And so individuals who are involved with dog ownership must not feel that the Parliament is after them in particular. What we want is to ensure that those individuals who have dogs of a certain breed, dogs of a certain type, Mr. President, bring these animals under proper care and control. Because the truth is that, Mr. President, we have seen, and Senator Scott Motley has listed a number of recent cases where dogs have severely attacked and bring harm and injury to our citizens. And, you know, when these things happen, we hear the outcry and the outrage in society. But the attack is already done. The injury is already committed. The pain is being experienced by those who have been attacked. And so we as a parliament have a duty to make sure that we enact legislation to protect our citizens. To protect our citizens. And you see, Senator Webby, I generally run and walk in the mornings. And there's a certain community above my community that Senator Hill would be familiar with, that I have to traverse from time to time. And as I traverse through that particular community, I know that I cannot be classified as a thief. And the way how those dogs in that community start to rage along the fence line. As Senator Scott Motley said, you wonder what would happen if they get a chance to go to breach that fencing. And so we have to make sure that we have legislation in place to secure these animals. The bill, Mr. President, is targeting some particular breed of dog that we regard as being vicious. And I just want to highlight some of those vicious dogs that you would be very much familiar with, Mr. President. And at the top of it is the pit bull. And this is an animal who, irrespective of how you train and care this dog, is subject to some wild and intemperate behavior from time to time. Wild and intemperate behavior. And that animal is at the top of the pack because once he gets the opportunity and tastes blood, the animal just gets worse. Just get worse. And as a man who loves dogs myself, I don't want to be around that crazy animal. Because I know that that particular breed of dog is subject to intemperate behavior. Then you have the Rottweiler. Another one who is subject to intemperate behavior. You know, Minister, a few years ago, I was listening to the news of a news story in Trinidad, where this family, they went out on a weekend outing. and they left the dog at home, Rottweiler. And when the family returned, the father opened the gate, and the dog came out very animated to greet the 5-year-old child who was the owner of the dog. It was her pet. And believe me, I was shocked when I heard they said that the dog just grabbed her throat. And that was it for the child. The father, who was a military officer, had to immediately put the dog to sleep. I raise it because it highlights how unpredictable these animals are. And we have to make sure that we put in place a particular regime for the control of these animals, especially in public spaces. And that is what this piece of legislation seeks to do. But one of the things that is concerning to me, Mr. President, is the fact, and Senator Scott Motley highlighted it, and I'm going to raise it again because it is very important. Whilst it is that there are provisions for how you treat and deal with these animals in public spaces, we don't have any measures in the bill to prevent these animals from coming out of private space into the public space. So, individuals can easily well have their dogs in their homes, and they might have a kennel there, but the yard is not fenced, and somehow the dog gets away and ends up in the public space. I don't know what were the exact circumstances of Michael Allen in St. Anne, but from what I have learned from the newscast, the property was not fenced. And the dogs came out in the public space. Now, I think it would be a travesty for us to pass this legislation today without making an amendment or an insertion to ensure that individuals who own these dogs, that it becomes mandatory that they have proper fencing and gating system to protect and prevent these dogs from ending up in the public space. Because you see, Mr. President, when this happens, all manner of things can happen. And we see where it has led to disabling situations for individuals. Dogs attack citizens and lead to the amputation of limbs. I don't know what is going to happen to young Michael Allen. 5 years old? 5 years old. And I don't know what will be the outcome of the surgery, Senator Longmore. And he can very well end up with a disabling condition. All of his future is now at risk. And as a responsible Senate, we have a duty to ensure that we put in place preventative mechanisms so that what has happened before in terms of these animals leaving private space and venturing into the public space, we have to make sure that we prevent that. And we have to ensure we put in place in this legislation today a provision for owners of these animals to have proper fencing. Proper fencing. And another thing that I see happening, Senator Webby, because I'm very observant when I walk. I'm very observant when I walk. And sometimes you're walking and you see people driving out of their homes. They don't stop to check and ensure that their electronic gate is properly closed. And then you have their dogs just rush out behind the cars, because dogs love to chase cars. And they just rush out behind the animal, and they have to stop and rush back the dogs into their homes. Individuals have to be more conscious when they have these animals, because this parliament is not saying that people mustn't do what is necessary to protect their property, It has to be done in an orderly and legal way. And it has to be done in a manner that you don't put other people at risk. And we have to make sure that we put in place the requisite mechanisms to strengthen this piece of legislation. Because we on this side, are not opposed to making amends to the legislation. We want, under the circumstances, to put the best bill forward, because that is the role of the Senate. We have a duty, and Senator Sinclair, I have to commend you for the recommendation that you have made. I see, he's benefiting from being on the Standing Orders Committee, Mr. President. But, we have to make sure that the best bill comes forward. And I think having an amendment to the legislation to provide and make it mandatory for fencing to be in place when you have these dogs. And I think Senator Scott Motley had pointed out to the need for a licensing regime to be put in place once you have dogs of a certain breed. And I will go further to say that those dogs should be linked to their owners. So if it is that you have a pit bull and he's placed and he has a collar, just as how you can have personalized license plates on your motor vehicle, the dog needs to bear the name of the owner. The dog needs to bear the name of the owner. If you love your pit bull so much and you want to show off with your pit bull, let your pit bull carry your name. Because when that dog brings harm and danger to the public, we must be able to trace it to the owner. We must be able to trace it to the owner.
Other countries does this.
And we want to make sure that, you know, these individuals don't use their animals to commit crime or bring injury to other individuals. And then, you know, nobody takes responsibility. Nobody takes ownership. And you cannot trace these animals to anybody, as we have seen happen from time to time. Mr. President, there is one other point that I want to raise. There's a point that I want to raise as it relates to 4.2c. 4.2c, which makes some exemption in terms of the carrying the dogs into public space, and it speaks to see reference to persons with a disability, as that term is defined in the Disabilities Act. And when I looked at the definition in the Disabilities Act, it defines a person with disability as an individual who has a long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment which may hinder his full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with other persons. The important point here, Mr. President, is that the legislation in the Disabilities Act highlights some categories, and it speaks to individuals with physical disabilities. I don't know of physical disabilities being persons with physical disabilities using dogs to guide them on the street. I don't know of persons with intellectual disabilities using dogs to guide them on the street. I don't know of individuals with mental disabilities using dogs to guide them on the street. What I know is that blind and visually impaired persons use dogs to guide them on the streets. And I think that as placed in the legislation here, it's a wide category that you're opening yourself to that is not necessary. You're saying something?
Maybe you need it for people with mental thing, PST.
You were saying whether people with mental, like post-traumatic syndrome.
Maybe you need to leave
Maybe
it.
they need guide dogs.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm guided by my colleagues on this point.
Senator Longmore is agree.
But the fact of the matter is traditionally, we see individuals who are blind and visually impaired individuals using these guide dogs on the street. But I want to make a point here, because if you notice, Mr. President, persons who are blind and visually impaired have not been traveling around with guide dogs in Jamaica. And I checked with a friend of mine to find out why is this so. And he told me that in the 1960s, individuals who were blind and had visual impairments used to have dogs carrying them on the street. But what happened is that individuals who are very much insensitive, Senator Webby, stoned them and the dogs. Stoned the dogs. And so a lot of them, the dogs got injured and died. And so, you know, we have not had anybody carrying around dogs in Jamaica since as guide dogs, blind persons. Blind persons mainly use their white canes on the road. But
and you see, sorry, Senator Morris, the problem too is that when the individual is walking with the dog, which I thought was more significant than the dogs being attacked, stray dogs attack the guide dog and create havoc to the person who is depending on the dog for some guidance.
Yes, yes, that is true.
Yeah,
that is true, and this is why it is very important for that regime that Senator Scott Motley spoke about in terms of ensuring that we get these stray dogs off the street and have a proper mechanism for their care and protection, the pounds in the parishes, because we don't know what has happened with the pounds in the parishes. I mean, you know, some of them have gone into disrepair and needs a lot of renovation. But we need to look at this whole situation, and I guess it's a matter that I'm going to be highlighting with the JCPD in terms of reintroduction of these guide dogs for those individuals who are blind and would want to be able to traverse in the public space with them. And these are not the pit bulls, because pit bulls are not guide dogs. You know, they mostly use, I think it's the Labradors they use, or the retrievers for that purpose. So, Mr. President, I am encouraged by this piece of legislation, right? It has not addressed all the issues relating to the attacks of dogs on our citizens. And the ideal thing would be for us to get a legislation coming to the Parliament with the requisite regulation, because that's another thing, Mr. President. We should have seen here today simultaneous regulations being placed to show and to govern how this legislation is to function, because definitely we're going to need some regulations to guide the implementation of this bill, and it should have come simultaneously with this piece of legislation. But it's a step in the right direction. I've heard Senator Golding Campbell said that there are other legislation that are being amended, and to come soon, I say, to repeat the words of your father, I want to see it soon. soon. Because the truth is that we need to make sure that we put these the situation under control. And another thing, as I take my seat, Mr. President, we're dealing with this situation with the dogs. Senator Webby, the next set of individuals that we need to deal with are those bike owners that are reaping havoc around the place. And I tell you,
2-foot dogs.
well,
2-foot dogs.
I'm not going to call them dogs, right? But the fact of the matter, when I am at home and you're trying to engage in a peaceful and quiet transaction, there comes a bike man with his bike and they start, I don't know where they get these sounds from the bike. It is so disgusting and disturbing, and we need to bring them under control because it is a form of noise pollution. And we need to bring them under control as well, Mr. President. Make please you, and I support the amended legislation.
Thank you, Senator Webby. Sorry. Thank you, Senator Morris. Senator Longmore. I'm sorry, Senator Sinclair. You know, for some odd reason, because of the configuration of the place, the voice is carrying very loud. I don't know if it's the. No, it's not a question of apology, because I don't think we realize that they. Senator Longmore, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to make a brief contribution to this bill. It is.
Adjective is much maligned. Brief.
Yes, Mr. President. I know we have much other important matters to get to. But I felt the compulsion to definitely contribute to this because of the magnitude of the bill.
Please go ahead, no problem. Please go ahead.
Because of the magnitude of the bill and how much it actually impacts on us as a people and our psyche, so to speak, culturally. Dogs in our cultural context is so very familiar that this is a monumental piece of legislation to some extent. And it is our cultural practices to even have our dogs involved in our elections, so it is something that we all hold very close to our hearts in some way. I myself am a dog owner. I have a little dog, and I have to pay particular attention to what is outlined in this legislation because my dog's personalities want to be very friendly. And how he initiates his contact is by using his mouth to just come and say hello. Not biting or anything, but with what we are now recognizing, such matters could become litigious. And as dog owners, we must recognize the gravity of when we take on such responsibility. I'm just going to highlight a few clauses. I must add my voice to little Mikhail and his recovery. I must give thanks to the doctors, Dr. Garfin in the Bronx, who saw to it of him getting very, very necessary and critical surgery. And what we have to recognize is that these doctors overseas recognize that it was the urgency and the timeliness in which they acted in this way to offer the assistance to little Mikhail and his family that could make a tremendous difference in the outcome of what will, no doubt, Senator Morris will have some amount of debilitating effect on him. The physical wounds may heal, but I am particularly certain that the psychological impact, the trauma of what he went through will last for quite a long time. And so not just of him, but of his family also. So I significantly hope that his recovery will not just be physical, but also on a mental scale. Now, I just want to bring attention briefly to Clause 4.1c, and I am taking the stance of someone who, as I said, as a dog owner and someone who embraces the other species and try to make sure that they are as well protected. Clause 1c, where we are requiring of the dogs to be contained in a receptacle, etc., put on a leash. Please, this is not a license for us to be cruel to animals. I am imploring the dog owners that we still seek to the comfort of the animal. We recognize that we have to have restraint, we have to have some amount of control, but let's not become abusive to the animal when we are executing our responsibilities. Senator Morris, recognized Clause 4.2c, and I'm glad that your colleagues brought the necessary intervention in recognizing that persons with disability who are afflicted with mental illnesses are increasingly using pet therapy, not just dogs, horses, etc., but particularly dogs are used to treat persons with PTSD, phobias, anxiety issues, depression. It is a significant form of therapy, and more those animals are being required to accompany their owners into public spaces to see and to maintain to that person's stability. So I am really very happy that we are making the provisions and that the Disability Act actually covers that evolving form of therapy in our practice. I had a little concern around Clause 5C, and particularly where it relates to, 5.2, particularly where it relates to, this act is going to take a very significant impact in our rural communities. A lot of farmers, a lot of persons who are victimized by predial larceny, it is the dogs that offer some amount of protection. And a lot of farmers have 5, 6 dogs running around, etc., on their premise. You have persons who may be service workers who have to visit said premise. And yes, my clarification, which I think we can take into when we go into committee, is the level of responsibility for someone where they get injured in such an occurrence. Because invariably, this is something, because of the propensity for our rural farmers to need to use dogs as security measures, that our courts will be faced with. And I know that as it is here now, I think it's a civil liability, but I just want to ensure and to the public education around this act should definitely focus on persons who are in the rural communities who are using especially dogs as a deterrent to predial larceny. My last comment would be around Clause 8D, where the term not exceeding 5 years and the duration in which persons are able to file a complaint. Now, as I have indicated what that may happen with little Mikhail, etc., a significant dimension of the injury that occurs with dog attacks is the trauma of it, the psychological impact. And a lot of times it's not just the person who is directly attacked. It's the little brother, the sister, the parent, etc. Even us who read something, the images that we saw of Mikhail, and the level of damage, it causes us to have a fear within ourselves. And so there is a time limit in which we can make these reports, but some of the symptoms and the manifestation of the injury may take some time to actually manifest. And so it is also imperative, I think, that we ensure that the public knows that you have to act within a certain time, even if your injury at this moment is only physical. Later on, the phobias and the traumatizing effects can evolve, and you do have an avenue in which you can seek some recourse for that. And so, yeah, that was I have some other comments, but most of it has been addressed by other speakers. And I just want to just recognize that, there's a little adage that goes that your dog's behavior is a reflection of your ability as a dog trainer. And I think that is, in essence, what this bill is about. You, as a dog trainer, keeping responsible action for something that can be significantly beneficial, but can also have a propensity to harm others. And with that, Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Longmore. Senator Sinclair, your long-awaited brief remarks are anticipated.
Pardon me? Okay. Huh? Sorry. Senator Brown? Mr. President, thank you very much. And I just want to start off with a few quick comments that I seem to have been put in a high place by our leader of government business. I just wish to absolutely make it clear that it was not just by my effort alone that the amendments came, but it was a team effort. And I want to commend the team who had looked at the bill, participated in our discussions, and we had made recommendations. So it is not for myself alone. And there were some amendments that were made which were, because when we looked at it, I don't even believe animals was referred to there. So we just want to say that it was full participation. Mr. President, I wish to also commend Senator Kerensa Morrison, because several years ago, she did lead in this parliament, in the Senate, a motion that dealt with this particular issue, and we are now where we are. Mr. President, when I looked at the bill, it came across to me quite as an anomaly that we are here debating a bill which touches upon one of God's creations, which is the dog, described as man's best friend. And included in that, in the bill, actually, in clause 9(1)(a), we speak about speaks to the euthanizing of dogs, putting down in a humane way a dog that may have caused death or maiming, serious maiming of a human. And it struck me that whilst we are doing that, many of us tend to shy away from fixing our laws, Mr. President, which would allow us to euthanize those who walk amongst us, behave like savage dogs, taking the lives of humans in a vicious manner. Many of us tend to shy away from it. But I just wish to express my deepest and most sincere condolences to the family of Iselin McFarlane, 82 years old, Christina McFarlane, 10 years old, and Michelle McFarlane, 6 years old, who were brutally killed by persons who are on two legs, but obviously their behavior could be described as those of savage dogs. So, President, this bill, the amendment to it, is long outstanding. We have had the existing Dogs Liability Act for in excess of 143 years, and it is the first amendment that is being made to that bill. And to be honest, it reflects poorly on us as a nation in moving with alacrity in implementing new and appropriate legislation to deal with changing circumstances. And I trust that the regulations, Senator Morris made comment about it, that the regulations, and I don't think that they would be extensive having regard to what is spoken about in the principal bill, that these regulations are going to be extensive, because the bill that we have before us is limited in its scope. I don't believe the regulations will be extensive. It should have been here along with this bill today. And so I do hope, Mr. President, that it is brought swiftly, because if it is not, then there are going to be limitations in the way that we can implement what we are seeking to do for the protection of the public. Mr. President, I agree with the Honourable Minister Delroy Chuck, who stated that we must examine our processes for legislative reform. He has spoken about it and the issues as to how it can be obtained and achieved. And we must do what is necessary to ensure that we improve on it. So, President, the soon-to-be repealed 1877 Dogs Liability Act is one of the shortest pieces of legislation that exists on our books. One page consisting of 3 sections. One of them is the enabling. Yes. So it is just really two sections. So it has long outlived its usefulness. So, President, the attacks by dogs have resulted in serious injury and death to persons and loss of livestock in many countries around the world, Jamaica included. Interestingly, though, the number of dogs involved in attacks remains small in number, but the consequence of the attack can be horrendous. And I came across a quote which I will just comment on, where it says, and it was referring to the United States, where most of the 52 million dogs have never bit nor killed anyone. However, the problem caused by the highly visible minority of animals and their owners have had far-reaching consequences. And the same could be said here about Jamaica. The consequences for many who have been seriously maimed, including children, and killed there is a local testament. There's local testament to that quote. Mr. President, as we go through the passage of this bill, we must hold in our memories those attacked and killed by marauding dogs while going about their lawful business. Valerie Stevenson, Senator Scott Motley, you made reference without actually referring to the names, but Valerie Stevenson, 62-year-old, Ronica Gregory, Jerome Powell, 56, Whittingham Cole, 66 years old. I mean, all these persons are persons who are up in age, right? Youngest one being in the region of 50 years old. These are 4 Jamaicans who were viciously attacked and killed by dogs between 2011 and 2018. And there have been many seriously maimed. And we have made reference to young Michael Allen on both sides of the island. And all he was doing, his only sin, Mr. President, was walking along a public thoroughfare to purchase sweets. Mr. President, for those persons named and many more unnamed, this bill seeks to encourage dog owners or the owners of dogs to greater responsibility in their control and protection of the public has come too late. And I heard the comments that have been made about not doing enough in the private property to prevent the escape of the dog into the public space. But I want to believe, Mr. President, that in putting in the clauses 6 that makes a criminal offense with the severe penalties of fine, and if it goes further, fine not paid with imprisonment, is going to encourage every dog owner to be responsible in keeping their dogs in their private property. So it will have that effect, I'm certain. And if you don't think you can manage the situation, Mr. President, then look for the best alternative, which is to seek out one of these agencies that can provide care. And I'll make mention as I go along. And in St. James, you have the Animal Haven, for one, that taking dogs, protect them, do whatever training may be necessary, find suitable homes and persons who would be responsible and be willing to care for these dogs. So there are alternatives, and I will make further comments on that as I go along. So I believe that the bill is timely. It will provide a deterrence. I believe it will also ensure that those who wish to keep dogs will be more responsible in so doing. Mr. President, the Honourable Minister said that this bill is not going to stand alone. There is a need for other legislation, more comprehensive legislation to come, which will speak to many of the other issues that have been raised here by senators on both sides in relation to the ownership and management of their dogs. So, President, we will all agree, and comments have been made, that there must be legislation that regulates the breeding, the manner in which dogs, and in particular dangerous dogs, are kept. Dangerous dogs presently exist on our island, Mr. President. Pit bulls have been spoken about. We now need to look at those that exist, about them being spayed or neutered and registered with an agency of state. All dogs should be licensed, should wear visible tags with identifying marks of the owner. The number of dogs that can be kept on any premises should be restricted, having regard to space. I saw a video, Mr. President, and when I looked at the surrounding, it was clear that it was in a housing scheme. And we know that the housing schemes tend to have small land space. And I saw some vicious dogs that would have escaped into the public. But there are about 3 of them seeking to pull a dog from out of the private premises of one into the public road. But then I thought about it and said, but one person could have 3 vicious pit bulls living in a housing scheme, small land space, many persons occupying that area, and no control, Mr. President. So, in doing the comprehensive legislation, these are some of the things that we also need to look at. In registering the dogs, one will have to look on, do you have the available space? You're not just going to go there to say, I want to own dogs, and I can keep it within my space without a state agency, whether it is a municipal corporation, that will address, look at your circumstances and say, no, this particular space. Because dogs are treated as persons. I think you made comment on that, Senator Scott Motley. And they will need space in order to be accommodated and also to have a good life. So, President, I'm sure that there are many other recommendations that can flow from other stakeholders to this issue, which ultimately finds its way into a comprehensive bill. What is important is that the stakeholder group be convened and the dialogues take place to formulation of the policy and the legislation, and it must be done as quickly as possible, and not allow the situations that have arisen recently in relation to the persons that I mentioned before, that be a 9-day wonder. We must work consistently until the comprehensive legislation is in place and enacted. Mr. President, from 2011, when we made reference to the 4 deaths over that period of time, and the fact that there was a delay of 143 years in bringing this, it is not that all administrations have sat down and done nothing. Because there was, by this administration, in its previous dispensation between 2016 to 2020, there was an amendment to a regulation, Mr. President, named the Animal Diseases Importation Regulations of Regulations of 2017, in which a restriction was placed on the importation of certain breed of dogs. The regulation that I made reference to existed from 1948 until the amendment was made in 2017, which placed a restriction on importation of dogs from certain countries. And the 2017 amendment, done by this administration, would have gone a bit further by restricting the importation of certain breeds of dogs, one of which is the pit bull terrier. So there is, in fact, legislation that restricts importation of dogs. What is unfortunate is that when I look on the Principal Act that deals with breaches of the regulation, the penalty is woefully, it's almost non-existent. $100. And so we need to look in respect to the reform that I spoke about. We have to do it in a comprehensive way to ensure that what we are trying to achieve is in fact achieved. And I want to commend, because there are many pit bulls, and you spoke about it, Senator Scott Motley, Senator Morris, that pit bulls are dogs that have caused the greatest injury to persons in Jamaica. All the deaths that we have referred to between 2011 to 2018, I believe I made comment on, were done by pit bulls. All the 4 deaths. But you know what affects me in a serious way is that we share this beautiful island with persons who tend to want to behave in an irresponsible way. We know that there are limitations in respect to border protection. But why would it be that a person would want to bring in, whether through the manned port or the unmanned ports, bring in these vicious dogs that at some point in time, and the history has shown, are difficult of control. Difficult in control, and then breed them, and then let them loose into the hands of other persons who don't have an idea as to how to manage, maintain a dog. Mr. President, one can only hope that this debate and the issues highlighted by the recent events will cause our citizens to appreciate that these dogs, and I'm referring to the pit bull, are classified as dangerous dogs. As a 20-year study done in the United States by the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention informs us, pit bulls are responsible, Senator Scott Matthews said it, for 1/3 of all fatal dog attacks recorded. And in 2013, 13 of 14 Americans killed over a 5-month period in 1 year. That year, 2013, were killed by pit bulls. So, Mr. President, I just, again, in preparing for this particular bill, reflected on my mayoral experience, 2007 to 2012, when I sat as a mayor of the great city of Montego Bay. And I went, So, Mr. President, I found a report which was published in the Daily Gleaner, July 27, 2011, which carried comments that I made at the time. Mayor of Montego Bay, Charles Sinclair, is moving to rid the streets of the western city of the growing number of stray dogs, which are posing a danger to the residents. Having dogs roam in the downtown area is unacceptable. In addition to barking and biting at persons, there's an attendant risk, health risk. And we have spoken about the injuries, but we haven't spoken about the health risk, because dogs don't control where they use as to relieve themselves, you know. Well, and these dogs may be infected with diseases and so forth. At that time, Mr. President,
sorry, you never told us if you were successful.
I'm coming to that, sir. I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. Mr. President, at that time, I checked various pieces of legislation. The Pound Act makes no reference to dogs. The Keeping of Animals Act, no reference to dogs. And so one is faced with a challenge, and it speaks volumes to what I commented on before, the need for comprehensive legislation or amendment to existing legislation. We ultimately decided that we would have engaged the Jamaica Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals for assistance in removing and caring for these strays in an acceptable manner. And I must also commend, Mr. President, a private non-profit organization, the Animal Haven, and its management and donors for their effort in taking charge of many of the dogs that would still be roaming the streets of Montego Bay and the wider parish of St. James. So, President, there is still work to be done in this area, and I encourage all who have the ability that they make donations to the effort of these organizations. And as was said by Senator Scott Motley, you see, leader put a burden on me. I'm quoting from you. That and you made mention of it, where one similar type of organization said they got 14 calls in one day for persons wanting to relieve themselves of dogs that they own. And so there is a tremendous burden on them. And as I said, if we can assist in respect to donations, because many citizens donate to various causes, I'm certain we can find those here in Jamaica who will also make their contribution. But as we move forward in dealing with this issue, I also say that the government may have to make a subvention to recognized and registered bodies as these to effectively deal with dogs and potentially other animals that may be abandoned and become strays. And with this particular legislation, if the burden is going to arise to them to take care of these animals, then I think it is appropriate that the government look at making a subvention to them to assist in that regard. Mr. President, as I close, there's another issue that relates to animals that has not been discussed in the public forum, it has not been mentioned here, but it speaks to stray animals, animals that stray onto the public thoroughfare from adjoining lands. Many motorists have either found themselves encountered or they have heard stories involving others who have encountered stray cows, horses, mules, donkeys, goats on our roadways, contributing to accidents and loss of life. Mr. President, our jurisprudence operates under the common law principle set out in an English case of Searle versus Walbank. And we are also trained that we don't learn everything there, you know, but we can do some research. Mr. President, that case stated the principle at common law that owners and occupiers of land adjoining a highway are prima facie under no legal obligation to fence or to maintain their fence along the highway so as to prevent their animals from straying onto the highway, nor are they under a duty as between themselves and users of the highway to take reasonable care to prevent any other animal not known to be dangerous from straying onto the highway. So that is the common law principle under which we operate. In 2020 Jamaica, which is a motor, I think, just driving into Kingston, the amount of vehicles that we encounter on our highways, and we want to construct North-South Highway, and other highways where you have fast-moving traffic. We have to ensure that our legislation is not only fair to the animals, but it is fair to the human being too. And so, whether it is for the construction of a fence or some form of control over any animal, especially these large animals, cows and goats and donkeys and so forth, there has to be control of animals getting onto our highways. Mr. President, without saying much more on that, it is clear that the rule set out in that authority I refer to, in the context of today's Jamaica, is archaic and anachronistic and is in need of reform. Statutory changes have been made in England. Strangely enough, in England, they have made changes to their situation, and Jamaica should move quickly to do the same. Mr. President, there are other comments that I will make, could make, but I believe that what we have before us today, as this bill, which has been expressed by the Honourable Minister, is presented in a limited way to be followed up with comprehensive legislation, I think it is a good bill, and as has been said on this side and on that side, that it is one that will get our full support in the Senate. If it so pleases you, Mr. President, those are my comments.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Brown?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've been provoked by the very good presentation of my friend, Senator Sinclair.
You must not yield to temptations.
President, Senator Sinclair is correct in saying that what is needed is a comprehensive legislation at this point. While we are not opposed and we will in fact support the bill with the amendments, we recognize that the bill was hastily put together. Last time I sought clarification, Senator Sinclair as President, that you are now, that this 12 clauses bill had 17 amendments in the other place. I believe before we started debate, there were going to be 13 more amendments in the Senate, which would mean that this 12-clause bill, if we go no more than those proposed by you, Minister, it will be 30 amendments. I took it for the record, that's 1 year before Manchester United was formed. I have to mention my man here. But Mr. President, these amendments tells us that there is really a need to change the 1877 legislation. And so the events, the sad events, the killing, the attacks, give us an opportunity to really come with what you have called for, a comprehensive legislation. A legislation which takes into account that along the road, there have been slight attempts at changing. One such attempt, for example, of enforcing two was in the 70s. Minister of Foreign Affairs, a powerful Secretary of State, came visiting to Jamaica with his dog in tow. Minister Campbell, I speak of the then Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. and the Prime Minister enforced, that was Michael Manley, enforced the Importation of Dogs Act. So Mr. Kissinger could not bring his dog to Jamaica. I couldn't enter. Jamaica might have paid a heavy price for the boldness and the decisive action of the Honourable Michael Manley. But we do know that Angola was freed. And therefore some justice came to the world in the death knell of apartheid being struck. This bill as it is now, and which is why I'm happy for what you said, Senator Sinclair, that people out in the society are expecting that this bill is going to say, never again will there be a Michael Allen, never again will there be the teacher from St. Richard's. But this bill is not going to ensure us of that. This bill is not going to ensure us of that. And this is why I say, like you, we really need to pause and come with the comprehensive thing. In 1992, the UK changed their legislation and they put in an arrangement to deal with dangerous dogs. Almost every state in the United States and the United States federally have laws to deal with dangerous dogs. And those laws have been in place for some time. This bill today really just barely extends, mainly with the criminal liability, the 1877 Act. It hasn't taken us much further. For example, Senator Sinclair, when you look at the laws of Jamaica, alphabetically in those volumes, the act that comes before the Dog Liability for Injury Act is called the Dividing Fence Law. But in amending and seeking to repeal the 1877 Dog Injuries Liability, we could have at least peep over into the dividing fence and bring the dividing fence concept into this legislation, as Senator Scott Motley said, so that there's protection. No, I know, but I'm saying we could at least, what we need is to protect the public from these dogs and the fencing. So if one person don't do it, the dividing fence requires that 50-50 split for fencing. Essentially, that's what it does. So we need to take into account the need for what Senator Motley called for, proper protection of the public by true owners of these dogs building necessary fence and walls to protect us. The other thing that I have a concern about this bill as it is before us is it is based on a lot of presumptions, rebuttable. It provides a number of defenses, and I think, is it clause 7 where the defenses are? Truth be told, and so I don't feel this is going to be effective in preventing what we want to prevent, is the presumptions. Because they are rebuttable, they provide good work for lawyers. They provide good work for lawyers. We presume that Tom is the owner because Tom is the occupier of a place. As I explained to my colleagues, my neighbor at my office have dogs. The dogs come through a fence in the back of the place and enter the public space by digging a hole under the gate at the front of my office. So it could appear that the occupiers of my office are presumed to be the owners of the dog and not the people next door who owns the dog in reality. So now I must go and find a lawyer to rebut that presumption. But at the time, the real owner doesn't face any legal expenses or suit. So we need a little more time to work through and get a little more certainty than depending on the presumptions and the defenses that are contained in this legislation, because we may not be able to really enforce the legislation successfully. And it may really just require a little more time. So you and I, all of us in the Senate today, are in support of the direction of the legislation. All of us are. But pausing to get it right may not be what brings us together, but it may be the best outcome. So you are right when you say this is not really salvage. We really need a comprehensive thing. You said, Senator Morris said soon. You said early. When will this comprehensive legislation be commissioned? When will it come? Because we may be fooling ourselves and fooling the public that the experiences of those who have suffered are not going to be repeated because we pass this legislation. We can't legislate the things that are right. And I share the view that we also need not to publicly educate the dogs, but the dog owners. We need that public education for them too. And so, while we support this, I have concerns that it may not be effective and that the real thing comes with the comprehensive legislation. I am one of those who advocate the need for, just as we have a law, Minister, about worst forms of child labor, we need something in this legislation about the most dangerous dogs. And you're right, the study said pit bulls. I don't know where they came from, but they're here, and they're here contrary to law. Let us register them. Let us tie them to our owner, and let the owner understand how serious we are. But this legislation doesn't go there. Nothing changes from the 1877 legislation. I don't know, you may send them to prison with a whole pile of defense that they may call. So somebody over 18 provokes a dog, and the dogs bite a child. That's a defense. At the same time, we say, if young 14-year-old Rashi owns a dog, we may send his parents to prison because the parents would be assumed the owner of the dog, because at 18 there's a defense. As under 18, there's a defense. But the parents, and is that what we want? To send the parents to prison? Because the young son failed to do something? Mr. President, the truth is, some of these children today, when they reach a certain age, Minister, not the age of adulthood, Some parents have lost control of them. So I ask us to pause and make sure we get it right, and we don't punish people who ought not to be punished, and we protect the public from these vicious dogs. if I'm not the owner, don't assume that I'm the owner and come after me. And that is the presumption that is written into this bill. Final thing I want to say, and Senator Motley raised it earlier. 5.4 and 5.5, having to do with contracting dogs out. Truth, colleagues, is that in this country, people who are workers, Senator Gale and Senator Webby, and we know, for example, that the housing trusts have carried people in the security industry to court saying people are workers. By the route of calling people contractors, and I'm happy that it says employed or contract in this, but the reality is, I fear for the security guards who are canine handlers. Because if the necessity of having a job and the employer says to them, you can't keep the job unless you agree that you have rented or you are, for the purpose of taking the dog out, you are the owner of the dog. The liability goes to that little broke pocket, minimum wage, security guard. And I want to make sure it's not so. I want to make absolutely sure it's not so that the security guard, the dog handler, the canine handler, we need to make sure and we need to state it, because what could happen is that that security guard becomes by some mechanism worked out privately. We need to bar that. Becomes the owner of the dog. And so we're in, let's say, I don't want to call Senator Webby any particular name of the plaza, but let's say it's a plaza somewhere, and a guard and dog is there. And the dog gets out of control or bite the domestic helper, or bite the student of somebody, son of a poor person, or a poor person who can't find a lawyer fee to fight the case all the way. And then you hear, well, the owner of the dog wasn't really me, Mr. Big Firm. The owner of the dog is that little lowly paid security guard. For whom, Mr. President, research elsewhere and here will show that the dog gets better treatment than the security guard. You know that, Senator Abinil? These dogs get better treatment and care than the security guards. And I want to protect those security guards. I know those who have the finest understanding, taught by former president, well, today, of the Court of Appeal, Dennis Morrison, a good JC man, and a good friend. A good tailor, all right, I can't fault you on that. That we may understand it, or you may understand it, but it needs to be clear, because these employers are going to find a way to pass the responsibility to the lowly paid security guard. I want to protect him. But our job in the Senate is to look out for the least among us. And Mr. President, I must tell you, every night I watch TV, I am confronted by the way the Americans treat their dogs. Man using dog towel, that's one ad. Man happy dancing with him dog because he find a better feed farmers for the dog. Almost every ad on TV involve a dog. That's how the Americans love the dogs. That's how the people love the dog. Yes, the presidents have dogs. But so we Jamaicans are follow fashion. So we want the same approach. And so we bring in all type of dogs without regard for the law. And this is where the parliament have to step in and say, yeah, man, you can have a look at Shih Tzu, you could have a look at this, you could have a look at that, but the dangerous dogs, the vicious dogs, the aggressive dogs, we must put our foot down and say to them, there must be control, there must be management. It starts with registration. And President Sinclair, let me say this to you. When you mention the 2-foot dogs that killed the 3 people in that trial, that was part of a speech I had planned to make. I told my colleagues I was going to talk about the 2-foot dogs. But you know what about those 2-foot dogs? They have birth certificate. They have TRN. They probably have NIS. They have driver's license. They have passport. They're registered. And we can't catch them so easily. Much as these 4-foot dogs without any registration. In America, dog have a tag, Max, owner, address. We can do it too. We can do it, Minister. Let us not be satisfied with this piecemeal legislation. Let us get the comprehensive legislation that is needed, because this president may just keep what is happening. And Senator Golden, I believe I saw in the 1877 Act that it spoke about attack on cattle and sheep. I hope cattle include goats and chicken and fowls and so. So in other words, we are at one, as we will later on, Minister, with the BOJ Act. We're at one today, but we cannot rush this. No, if I say we are one in the Senate, I include the JLP. Because we have passed one PNP into Team PNP. And we are proud of Team PNP. But, President, the key to this is that we need to get the comprehensive legislation. We need to protect the security guards. We need to protect dog lovers. But we need to guard against the aggressive, dangerous, and vicious dogs, some of whom are imported into the country without authority. May it please you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this has been an interesting debate, filled with support, which is actually not support. But that being said, yes, we all want it to be better. We are all here to ensure that we do the best job possible to promulgate laws for the peace and good government of Jamaica. And as indicated last week, and has been repeated by various contributors today, the intention of this bill is to ensure the criminalization of vicious attacks by dogs on unsuspecting members of the public. This is the intent of this act, and it has been amended to increase the scope to also include the causing of injuries to animals. I had spoken to the amendment of the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons in that regard, as well as, of course, the amendment sheet identifies the expansion not only of the definition of injury, but also the consequential amendments follow through those that are also listed. So the bill does not do all that we would wish it could or should. It is the Dogs Liability for Attacks Act 2020, and it has limited scope. We have acknowledged, and indeed the Minister of Justice had acknowledged in that other place when he piloted the bill, that there is a comprehensive review underway, and this even includes not only legislative gaps, but includes legislation which is in place, but indeed is so out of date that to seek to enforce it in its current state would make a mockery of the intent that is before us. The legislation, the License and Registration Duties Act, which exists for the registration of dogs, is an 1867 Act. It exists. If you want to consider the 40-cent annual fee, a reasonable thing for us now to seek the collector of taxes to enforce, you know, as we speak about the number of houses per acre, etc., and number of dogs permitted per acre and per household on a piece of land. The framework is hopelessly out of date. It wouldn't make sense even if you increased the fine. It's managed by the collector of taxes. And in that act is the requirement for the attaching of labels to every dog in a major town. In a major town, and by the collectorate of taxes. So this is something which has fallen, the framework itself has fallen out of step with how society operates for so long that to seek to simply amend fines and say we will now enforce does not make sense. What now needs is a holistic reform of the framework for registration and licensing. So it's not that one does not exist, but it must be part of the updating of our laws. Mr. President, the time now being 1:20, might I ask that the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
Thank you, Minister. The members would have heard the question so eloquently put by the Minister. Those in favor? Aye. Against?
Thank you, Mr. President. Similarly, there are provisions in respect of fencing. There are provisions in respect of the keeping of animals, which somehow don't include dogs, although it includes every other animal, including the goats and chickens you were concerned about earlier, Senator Brown. There are also provisions under other legislation regarding responsibility for different ministries, departments, and agencies that fall between agriculture, local government, Ministry of Finance, surprisingly, as well, who has the responsibility for keeping these registries of dogs. If I want to emphasize how out of step, it would be the collector of taxes that would keep the register and who would issue these penalties of $1 to $4 in the event that a constable were to find a dog who was not on the tax register at this princely sum of 40 cents per year. It doesn't fit and it will not work. So it needs to be reviewed, and not only needs to be reviewed, but it is being reviewed. There's a part of a broader framework which will come. But we feel that to tarry any longer on the criminalization, and Senator Scott Motley asked earlier whether criminalizing these attacks will change the compassion of her neighbor for the strays and the feeding of the strays. It won't change that, but everyone should stop and take a good long think, not about their compassion, but about how it is they may be endangering others and what responsibility means in respect not only of the two-footed but the four-footed. So if it is that your neighbor feels that, you know, the risk is worth the reward, then as an adult she may take that risk. But the point is that we have had civil liability in respect of dog attacks from the 19th century. And here we are now asking whether we should criminalize. We must criminalize, we must hold accountable those who should be taking greater responsibility for the actions of dogs under their care, custody, and control, and are not. And if it cannot be the long arm of the law that is going to say, and I hear your concern about young Rasheen, so I'm not sure, Senator Brown, on one hand you're arguing for Rasheen, and his dog, and on the other hand, you're saying, you know, let's, you know, do we want to criminalize the parents? On the other hand, we're saying, you know, that responsibility must be taken. Civil liability has not been sufficiently, has not sounded a sufficient call on our society to take responsibility, and accordingly, we must attach criminal liability. And it must be phased in a way that ensures that there is a distinction between attacks which cause minor injury and those which cause dismemberment and those which cause death. And so they are provided for under the Act. The criminal liability is not just a simple change. It is one which, as I said last week, removes a burden from the victim to now seek legal redress, because they can do so through the clerk of the courts. Once a report has been made to the police, it can be prosecuted like any other crime, where the state takes responsibility for ensuring that the appropriate persons are held accountable. And that is a very important step which is taken by this Act. And it should not be overlooked. It should be spoken about more and shared more, notwithstanding the desire to do more, which the government has already committed so to do. I want to make sure as well, I think a question was asked about the form, the prescribed form to be issued for warning under Clause 10. So we know that the elements are there already, and the form will be prescribed in short order. It's already underway, so I wanted to give that assurance. It's not something that would create any difficulty. And in respect of the mandatory fencing, this had been discussed quite a bit when the bill was being promulgated, and it was felt that the challenge that would be caused, essentially you would be saying that if you can't afford to have a fence, then you shouldn't have a dog. And it was felt that this, in the consultations, that the balance at this stage would not quite work with the broad scope. Because remember, this Act is about all dogs. It's not about the dogs which have an inherent propensity for violence, etc. This is all dogs, so that the appropriate balance would not be so struck. And the issue here was therefore to ensure that the duty is for control of the dog in the public space. And inherent in that is the requirement that you do not permit your dog to be in a public space where it is not in control. And part of that must be securing a dog. So I agree that, you know, having to reason it, but the balance at this time was felt to be appropriate after all the consultations. When the registration scheme is implemented for dangerous dogs and how they are treated, which will have to be different, then that may be where that point is addressed more expressly in the law. So as it stands now, this is for all dogs, and this is the balance that was struck. On the matter of presumptions and defenses, the scheme of the Act is set up to ensure that our many informalities are taken into consideration. Because if we had a working, at this stage, and enforced registration system where all owners were clearly identified and registered, and it was not a function of somebody harboring dangerous dogs on a property because of their soft heart, but persons who are clearly taking responsibility, owning their responsibility and making it known to the public, but that we need to ensure that responsibility is therefore still applicable more widely, so that the victim, which is who this Act is intended to protect, that the victims are not only protected, but they are given recourse, and that persons are held accountable and not able to simply slip out of the clutches of the law by saying, you know, that they never pay no money for the dog, or there's nothing to prove that it's their dog, etc. We need to have presumptions in law that allow a court and guide a court to make sensible and clear deductions in respect of who is responsible for a dog which which committed an attack. So, Mr. President, I think those are the key issues which were raised. And if I have missed any of them, then I presume that they will be raised in committee. I know that there was the issue of, 5.4 and 5.5, which is in the civil liability section, and those really the civil liability sought to preserve what was in the previous act, but then added these elements specifically to address the not only circumstances where, and this is why it moves from the owner to the person. It moves to the person because now you're in a space of presumption, and what you need is a circumstance where if you have left your dog in the care of a vet and it attacks someone else or someone who is in your employ or your neighbor, any person who is thought to be a fit and appropriate person to have care and custody of your animal, and the attack occurs while in that person's care and custody. It allows for some protection for the person, and if we were therefore to ground it in ownership, then there would be no scope for that, and you would have presumed the operation, you would have presumed the relationship. And 5.5 was to ensure that the security companies are not able to simply rely on 5.4 to extricate themselves, and not the guard, but the security companies should not be able to extricate themselves from responsibility for ensuring that their appropriate systems are put in place, because indeed that is the service which they are selling. So the issue is not protection of the security guard. Certainly I cannot imagine that we would find one senator who sits in this chamber who would feel that a hard-working and perhaps even impecunious security guard should be held liable for the acts of a dog when it is indeed a part of his course of conduct. And certainly I would hope that the contracts which exist between security guards and their employees would not exclude that type of, or their contractors, would not include any sort of imbalance in that relationship, especially in this regard. So just like with...
Just a point of clarification. Would that mean that we'd be open to putting in a clause which says exactly what you just said, that the security guard would be indemnified?
No, Senator. Unfortunately, I am not a policymaker, and in respect of a law which does not sit within my portfolio, and accordingly, I could not commit to making such a specific amendment. What I am explaining is a policy of the government, which certainly will help its interpretation. Should there be a view that that should be addressed, otherwise, it has to go back to that other place. It could be raised there. I certainly will raise it. It will be one of the issues that I will bring to the attention of the Minister of Justice. But it is, again, sometimes if you draft specifically like that, then it raises the question, well, what about other circumstances that you may not have contemplated? So I have noted it. I noted the concern, and certainly the intent is exactly that as you have expressed it. So with that, Mr. President, I ask for second reading of the bill.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for us a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Dogs Liability for Injuries by Act, and to provide for liability for attacks by dogs and for connected matters, read a second time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Madam Minister, the amendment sheet is not incorporated into the printed bill, correct? Okay. So I will take clause 1 of the bill. There are no amendments indicated on the sheet. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. There is an amendment to clause 2,
Yes,
which appears on page 1 of the amendment sheet, and I therefore put the amendment.
no, Mr. President, there's an amendment to the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. So I had indicated this last week, and so this is an amendment to paragraph B in respect of the definition of injury to an animal. The language of paragraph B, so 2B will now read. Let me just see if I had written it down differently. No? Yes. Injury to an animal. So injury means A, and that remains the same, or B, injury to an animal and includes death, disease, or any impairment of an animal's physical condition. So that you...
And includes...
Without the reference to mental. I'm sure that could be argued in some places, but it won't be argued here today.
Thank you very much. So,
Fully.
So the members would have heard, the members of the committee would have heard the amendment to the amendment. So I will put, which in essence is an addition, I will put the amendment to the amendment. Those in favor? I now put the amendment to clause 2. Those in favor? And I now put clause 2 as amended. Those in favor? The ayes against? The ayes have it. I put clause 3 of the bill. Those in favor? Against? The ayes have it. Clause 4, Minister.
Yes, Mr. President. The amendment remains as listed on the amendment sheet.
Thank you. So I put the amendment to clause 4. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I put clause 4 as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Clause 5, I put. Those in favor?
Sorry. 5.
Yeah, just...
Sorry, you have an amendment to clause 5?
I'm proposing one.
Well, Senator Brown, it seems as if Minister is taking some instructions even before.
Sorry, Mr. President. The particular issue which Senator Sinclair was discussing is still being discussed with the Ministry of Justice. So, but I understand. Yes, but it's still being discussed, so it's not going to be taken in any event. But you can go ahead with yours.
President, at 5-5, in light of what the minister said earlier, and I understand her response to my clarification, I'd like to propose that at 5.5 as it is now, we have another clause added to it, or we could just have a subclause added to it which says essentially that no contract, that we cannot contract out of this clause. Essentially what I want is something which says we can't contract out of 5.5.
Senator Brown, just take a moment and give me the wording for it, because I have to put the word in.
I'd have to look back at the Employment Termination. There's a nice formulation in the Employment Termination Act at about 2, which says you can contract out of the thing. So that's what I want. If you find me the ETRP.
Minister, are you taking in, Senate, are
no,
you taking, no, 1 minute.
You
one
may
minute.
not take it now, but vote
No.
it down.
Yes,
Minister, I'm just asking if you're
right.
taking other instructions in relation to 5, because I can move on and come back to it while Senator Brown.
Yes, sure. Thanks.
Okay? So I will come back to clause 5, Senator Brown, but I need the precise wording to put the amendment. So I can put clause 6, there is an amendment there to Minister.
Yes, Mr. President. As you can see, the language has changed from attacking in a place other than the premises on which the dog is kept to causing injury in a public place. So it makes the offense quite clear and quite succinctly stated.
Thank you. So I put the amendment to clause 6 in favor. Aye. Against? I put clause 6 as amended. In favor? Members, you have to live with me, you know. Some people are drifting on their phone. You have to follow me, you know. Come, I put the clause 6 as amended. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Clause 7. There is an amendment there too. Minister?
Yes, Mr. President, and here the amendments include animals. It's amended to include animals as well as an adjustment, but it appears that there is a request for amendment.
Thank you. So I put clause...
No, Mr. Chairman. Minister, clause 7, 7B, I am making a proposal that we have the person was not the owner of the dog or had custody or care. So I'm making that proposal for your consideration. And I'm also
Sorry, go
proposing...
again, and where is your amendment?
7B. It shall be a defense where the person was not the owner or had custody or care of the dog at the time. So that's the first proposal. The second proposal...
No, but what you're making an amendment to B?
Yes.
But be present or is the person was not the owner of the dog at the time of the attack. What you
Correct.
want?
And I'm proposing that we add the words after owner or had custody or care of the dog.
If you look in section 2, owner also includes somebody who has custody or care. So you don't have to say custody or care. The person is not the owner, and owner says that it is a person presumed under section 3B, person who has custody or care. So you would not have to state custody or care. You just refer to owner.
Very well. The second one is at E. I'm not sure if you want to continue with E or if you want to add a new section F, but I believe that it would be useful to add guide dog.
If the dog is a guide dog, you're saying if a guide dog dismembers somebody, the owner shouldn't be held liable?
Yes.
If a guide dog.
That's the proposal I'm making, yes.
Okay.
Because it's not very different from others, you know, because if you look throughout, first you give an exemption to guide dog to be in certain places, and secondly, you also give exemption to an attack. The attack was by a dog being used by the constable. So at the same time, if the attack was done by a guide dog, then I think that there should be some consideration as well.
No, remember, this is about the dog. The attack by a dog being used by a constable is about, in the lawful execution of his duties. But no, but in the lawful execution of constabulary purposes, one can presume that an attack can take place in the foiling of criminal activity. However, if an attack takes place, notwithstanding, meaning you're now into the realm of saying now, if the dog is a comfort dog or is a guide dog, then the capacity that the dog, the non-professional capacity within, or even professional capacity within which that dog is operating, should nullify its attack. But an attack is not a part of the work for which that dog is being trained. That dog, a dog that's guiding someone who needs guidance, but is violent and dismembers someone. I'm not understanding the basis that you would say that that owner of that dog should not be held liable.
Because, Minister, if you think about it, then a guide dog, by virtue of what it does not have that propensity or tendency.
That's right.
And to that extent, the owner ought not to be held responsible if the guide dog, in carrying out its duty as a guide dog, attacks another. If it is a government policy not to accept it, that's fine, but it's a proposal for your consideration.
All right, thank you.
Put forward a scenario. A blind person is being led by a guide dog. A guide dog is not by nature a vicious dog.
Remember, under Section 5 already, we're saying that when that liability attaches, regardless of whether a dog has a propensity or not, you know.
I appreciate that. But what?
Consider propensity again?
No. You didn't allow me to continue,
yes,
so
please.
I didn't get the opportunity to expand on what my thoughts were. I'm saying that if somebody is blind and is being guided by a dog, the fact that the person needs guidance by a dog suggests that they are not aware of the circumstances around them. If that dog attacks somebody, the capacity for the person who is being guided to, one, be discerning and to do anything, and two, to anticipate or to restrain is restricted. That's why they need a guide dog.
So remember that that even where, you know, defenses are provided, even where the duty is imposed.
Different answer to the question, you know, because if you look at 7A, it covers that the attack by the dog occurred in the defense against an attack, whether to person or property, being carried on. So that's a
be a potential circumstance.
A response to say that, well, if somebody, there must be some intervening circumstance. In other words, somebody must have tried to do something to the blind person. So it gives that.
In the totality of the circumstances, so if that were to occur as between a guide dog and someone attacked, then that defense would be available. But it wouldn't be the fact of the dog being a guide dog necessarily. It would be any dog which attacks in the course of defense of its owner. That is a circumstance which can be brought to the attention of the court for its consideration, and as in any other circumstance, which is what I would anticipate the likely set of circumstances for a guide dog. I think identifying it in this particular circumstance might not be the best policy approach. Not where you have already sought in the scheme of the Act to not have propensity be a consideration because of the out that it will often provide, given the fact of the animal nature.
Minister, I don't want us to talk about, I know I mentioned it, but I don't want us to think that the inclusion has to do with propensity. But to wrap this section up, you're saying that it is a matter that the court will consider in that particular case. That is the position.
Well, the court, what I'm saying is that it is likely, just as Senator Scott Motley indicated, that were that type of attack to take place, if it is likely to fall under A.
You see, I don't want to limit it because A is very clear. A speaks to where the dog is protecting, let's use a guide dog, is protecting his or her owner, yes? So I'm not talking about A, I'm just talking about any scenario where the guide dog attacks another, for whatever the reason, not limited to A.
That
so it is a
proposal is not
consideration
being...
for the court to consider. It's a matter for
No,
the court
I'm
to
saying
consider
that
the
proposal
case.
is not being accepted.
Very well.
Minister, through you, Chair.
Sorry, thank you very much for your intervention, Senator Fraser-Bin. Senator Brown?
Just want to clarify at 7E. 7E says the attack was by a dog being used by a constable or other agent of the government in the lawful execution of duties of the constable or other agents, as the case may be. It appeared to me, well, first let me say this. When I hear the dogs, government dogs, being used, images of John Lewis and those in Selma comes to mind. And I am sure that no government in Jamaica would want to walk down that route of using dogs to attack protesters who are lawful. That being said, Minister, it appears to me that the agents of the government, by the definition in clause 2 of agent where used in relation to the government includes an independent contractor employed by the government. So it appears to me if the security guard company is employed at the Ministry of Finance and has dogs, that security company is protected, and maybe the security guard too, but not at ILO or sovereign or anywhere. So because by that definition of an agent, we're now including the security guard companies as independent contractors. And we're giving 7E, Minister, 7E, which says, or other agent of the government. And I'm saying the definition of agent in clause 2 include, therefore, a security guard company, which would be an independent contractor, and we're giving them an immunity, whereas the security guard employed to a private business is not getting that immunity. And it looked to me like a discriminatory approach, a double standard, and we need some consistency. Because the government gets off, but the private individuals are penalized.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister, you had said that was a policy issue.
Yes, it is, and I do stand by that position, but we will raise it because I am taking the point regarding agency here in this particular clause versus the treatment in the other place for it to be looked at. I'm not making a commitment that it will be changed, but what I do wish to point out, though, that this clause does not give immunity. It provides a defense. You still have to prove to the court that the circumstances which you are claiming do, in fact, rise to circumstances which would protect you from the liability that's being sought here. So it's not. I think calling it immunity. It provides
another defense. It provides another defense.
Calling it immunity sort of.
Yeah, it provides another defense. But President, I want to make it clear, Mr. Chairman, that the people in the other place relies on the Senate to get the legislations right. So oftentimes they say, wait, Minister Campbell, they used to say, wait until it get to the Senate. And so in raising these issues here, it is taken into account that the other place may not be as vigilant as we are in the Senate.
Senator Brown, I have a trumpet outside. I'm going to give you to blow.
No, I might ring a bell in this case.
Meantime, I'm trying
I may ring a bell in this case because what is important is for us in this Senate, the review chamber, to really press the issues so that maybe, as the minister said, the minister elsewhere we'll want to look at it. It's our duty, and let it not be said that we in this place failed, because it means that you have failed and you're not a failure, Mr. President.
I appreciate comments of both yourself and Senator Binns. Thank you very much. I put the amendment.
Sir, I want to ask for some clarification on the addition, the amendment to D. Because the amendment to 7D, the amendment to 7D only gives you that defense of deliberate provocation by the attacker or by the person attacked or any other individual if the person, whether the person attacked or the other individual is over 18. And I just wanted to be clear, so if a pack of, if some 15-year-old boys start provoking the dog then, and the dog attacks them, that means that the defense is closed. I just need some...
The defense might not stand if that's a particular circumstances, but the aim was to intend, was the intent in that amendment in carving out children was to address the fact that a child might not recognize that the action that it takes in, dancing in front of the dog or running the stick across the gate might not recognize the risk, while clearly an adult should be held to a higher level of responsibility. So it was to raise that.
The age at which the responsibility is deemed to, I know that 18 is adulthood, but there are
suggesting that there be a lower threshold, a child under the age of 12 or using the criminal responsibility.
I do think so, because a 17-year-old, a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old really does have a different level of consciousness than a 10-year-old.
I absolutely take that point.
And I think that we should look at lowering that threshold.
Yes, I absolutely take that point, and it is within the scope of what we were contemplating. So I'm just going to ask the technical team to consider that.
Thank you.
And while we move on, and if based on their guidance, when we come back, we either take it or we ask Minister
So I need to return to 5 and 7. I'll return to 5 and 7, which leads us to clause 8, of which there is also an amendment. Minister?
Yes, Mr. President, there are no amendments to the amendments proposed here.
Thank you. So I put the amendments proposed to clause 8, the amendments. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 8 as amended. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. There seem to be no amendments proposed to clause 9, which I now put. Those in favor? Against?
Minister, you said there would be an editorial for authorized at 918.
It's not an amendment. It's a printing error because it was passed with the correct word. So it's not being noted as an amendment.
Where is that, Minister? Sorry.
91A in the first line. Authorize instead of euthanize.
I don't see anything wrong with humanely authorized.
Authorized to do what? but Minister, I just want to put on the record that the Senate...
It's supposed to read humanely euthanized. Okay, that's okay, great. So I put clause 9. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Clause 10, there seem to be amendments, Minister.
Yes, Mr. President, but there are no amendments to the amendments that are being proposed. But essentially, this is the clause, and you would note that even the marginal note has been changed to powers of a constable, because this now sets out the circumstances where a constable may warn an owner in respect of a dog that appears to cause a danger to the public. It allows for, in fact, for persons to report a dog that they think may cause a danger, so that if you see a dog that is causing havoc or maybe, that is posing a danger, it's clear and evident, then you can report that dog to the police station, and the constable can take the form and warn the owner. And if they so do, that actually places a larger burden on the owner, so that if the dog attacks after having been warned, then it actually raises the penalty to which they will be liable. And I just want to note that the issue of the ability to seize a dog, for a dog to be detained, just to say that one of the things that police have complained of is the inability where a dog has committed an attack or is suspected of having committed a serious attack, that they're unable to take the dog without the owner's consent, where the owner has been identified. And Clause 10 provides for that power of seizing the dog, detaining the dog, having at any reasonable time for the purposes, to enter with a warrant at any reasonable time for the purpose of seizing a dog that is so suspected. And this, I know that there have been persons who argue on one side that there should be no need for a warrant, that the constable should just be able to, but then you get into property rights and all sorts of other issues. So it was felt safe that the better balance was to require the warrant and to allow for the dogs to be seized, notwithstanding the lack of consent. So those are the salient points that were not dealt with in the debate, Mr. President, as provided for by Clause 10 as amended.
Put two in between the constable and enter. Just don't want it to go out like that. The warrant may authorize a constable to enter.
Yes, in 10.3. Thank you. The second to last line of 10.3, to insert between the word constable and enter the word to.
Senator Brown, you're about to buzz.
Yeah. Senator Golding raised the issue of reasonable time in 10.3. It finds favor with me, but that may mean it is in disfavor with the government. But that the constable may enter upon premises at any reasonable time. It's 3 a.m. Reasonable? Or is this now back to 7 to 5? And I think Senator Golden Point really finds favor with me. That we should remove the reasonable.
Right. So I think that proposal had been discussed and it's not being accepted. So we think that once you're dealing with the property rights, entering into people's property, that reasonableness is not a difficult thing to assess in the circumstances. Clearly, if it's an emergency situation, a rabid dog, etc., then what is reasonable will be quite different from one in which a dog is suspected of an attack but is secured in other circumstances and is not currently posing a danger. There are things which the court will have to consider and which a judge would consider in the circumstances.
I'm understanding the reason is not 7 to 5 and 7 to 6 or so. It is a flexible, depending on the circumstances.
As is the nature of the word reason and reasonable.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator Brown and Scott Modley. I put the amendment to Clause 10. Those in favor? I put Clause 10 as amended. Clause 11, there is an amendment to Clause 11, which I put. Those in favor? Against? I put Clause 11 as amended. Those in favor? Against? Before dealing with Clause 12, I will return to 5. I'll return to Clause 5. I think Senator Brown had an amendment which he had asked him to formulate, which he wished to put.
Yeah, President, I'm guided by the Clause 2.2 in the Employment Termination and Redundancy Payment Act, which reads as follows. Subject to the provision of subsection 3, any provision in the agreement, whether a contract of employment or not, shall be void insofar as it purports to exclude or limit the operation of any provision of this act. And I'm urging that even if we limit it to class 5, but certainly what I don't want to see is an effort out there by people, some who may be unscrupulous, some may not be unscrupulous, but sees a business advantage to transfer the liability and obligation upon people who can't afford it.
Minister, is the proposal pellucid?
Luton.
I understand the intent, Mr. President, and I therefore will ensure that it is raised to the Minister of Justice for his consideration.
Thank you very much, Minister.
So you'll accept the assurance from the Minister?
In the spirit of collegiality that has been displayed all throughout this term, the answer is yes.
Thank you very much. So I can now put clause 5. Those in favor? Against? Sleeping. I put clause 5. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Minister, we're at 7. You are getting some instructions there.
Yes, the instructions were on whether it would be appropriate in light of the discussions that we were having about the policy intent of the protective element to be inserted by carving out children, provocation by children. The proposal was that there be an age limit for the availability of this defense that perhaps could be aligned with the age of criminal responsibility. Sorry.
Didn't we pass some regulations, some
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's not intended to proceed with that amendment at this point, but the policy intent is taken and accepted, and the intent is to actually review language not only in respect of a threshold, but also persons of diminished mental capacity. So that, which was a point that had been lost. So we will
Sort of voted by Senator
okay,
Fraser-Binns.
well, great. So we're on the same page. So but we won't do that now. Rather than amend on the fly, discuss it with Minister Chuck, and it could be put in that other place. So we would, if that addresses the concern, then I would ask, Mr. President, that you put Clause 7 as amended.
Thank you for the contributions of the members. I put Clause 7. Those are the amendment to Clause 7 in favor? Against? I put Clause 7 as amended. Those in favor? Against? I put Clause 12. Those in favor? Against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with. With 24 amendments. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 24 amendments. Minister?
Mr. President, might I ask for third reading of the bill?
The question is that the bill be read for a third time. In favor? Against? Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Dogs Liability for Injuries by Act and to provide for liability for attacks by dogs and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
Minister, just before Minister Hill proceeds, may I just inquire from the technical staff if you all need 5 minutes? You okay? You're okay? Nobody needs 5 minutes? Eh? Yes or no? No? Okay, fine, thank you. Minister Hill? While this is not the first time out on a canter, it is the first time I believe you are presenting a bill, Minister. So we acknowledge that fact.
Absolutely, Mr. President, and thank you very much, and my colleagues. And no, man, it's 2.5. And since it's the first time, Mr. President, that I'm presenting a bill, it's appropriate that I should say, before I get into the bill itself, to say thanks to a lot of people who have put this bill together. But first, to allow me to sit in this cabinet, I'd like to record formally my thanks to Prime Minister Andrew Michael Holness. And Mr. President, before I go through the main provisions of the bill, I would like to offer sincere thanks to all the members of the Joint Select Committee from both Houses of Parliament, from both sides of the aisle, who sat and deliberated and listened to points of views brought by the union movement, the various private sector groups, the banking sector, civil society, by others in the regulatory environment, by the BOJ, and all who considered those views and debated among themselves to arrive at a better bill. Mr. President, the report of the Joint Select Committee, 70 pages long, have it here, signed by the members, including Senator Brown, including the new leader of the opposition, and including one of the two named prospective senators from the opposition, Mr. Bunting, signed as well. And as I say, Mr. President, of course, I'd also like to thank the Attorney General's chambers, the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, Houses of Parliament, the staff from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Bank of Jamaica, who provided the technical services and input amendments to this bill. I know Senior Deputy Governor Wayne Robinson is here, and Mrs. Chinqui Aiken was here earlier. Mr. President, given my personal involvement in the discussions concerning this bill, I'm obliged to extend a special thank you to our Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Honourable Dr. Nigel Clark, who has worked at crafting this bill, opened himself to extensive discussion of new concepts enshrined in various clauses, and has chaired the Joint Select Committee of the Parliament, which I referred to earlier. His unwavering commitment to establish rules-based instructions in Jamaica and to transform base instructions in institutions in Jamaica and to transform existing ones to such a rule-based system. That commitment is clear in these amendments, and I give him credit and laud him for moving Jamaica in that direction. The principles of modernization of the Bank of Jamaica outlined in this bill to amend the Bank of Jamaica Act are in keeping with modernization in other central banks, leading to greater transparency, independence in the conduct of monetary policy, while ensuring adequate accountability for such decisions. The legislative changes that are to be made are in the context of other changes made in recent years for the modernization of the Bank of Jamaica in keeping with international best practices. Recent amendments made include the strengthening of the supervisory autonomy of the Bank of Jamaica with the passage of the Banking Services and replace the previous Banking Act, Financial Institutions Act, and sections of the Banking Societies Act in 2014. In 2015, there were also amendments made to the Bank of Jamaica Act, inter alia, expanding the bank's mandate to include responsibility for the maintenance of financial system stability. Mr. President, this bill was first tabled in the lower house of Parliament in October 2018 and subsequently referred to a Joint Select Committee of Parliament. The JSC has extensive deliberations and made recommendations which were accepted and are incorporated in the bill. Please note that the main provisions of the bill are set out below. Clause 2, Mr. President, seeks to amend the interpretation section of the Act by amending the definition of certain terms and introducing the definition of important terms, including monetary liabilities and marketable securities. Clause 3, Mr. President, contains the definition for a fit and proper person, which is the critical criteria to be satisfied by the officers and directors who will play a significant role in the administration, management, and decision-making of the bank. Clause 4 seeks to replace Section 5 of the Act in order to clarify the principal mandate and objectives of the central bank. The clause explains that the principal objectives of the Bank of Jamaica are price stability and financial stability, with the primary objective being the maintenance of price stability. It should be noted that in pursuit of these objectives, the bank should ensure that it is done in a manner that recognizes the growth and employment objectives of the government. In other words, Mr. President, the bank has robust independence, but must be cognizant of the Government of Jamaica's policy objectives, especially for growth and employment. Clause 5, Mr. President, seeks to amend Section 6 of the Act in order to clarify the responsibilities of the Board of Directors of the bank It also amends the section by stipulating how directors are appointed and terminated. There will be 5 non-ex officio directors who will be appointed by the Governor-General in Council. In addition to the 5 appointed directors, the board will consist of 3 ex officio directors: the Governor, the Senior Deputy Governor, and 1 Deputy Governor appointed by the Governor-General in Council on the recommendation of the board. The clause also contains provisions to clarify what the remit of the board should be in relation to the decision-making process of the bank and the work of the statutory committees. It should be noted that the Financial Secretary is no longer a member of the board. Another note for the independence of the central bank, as is being recommended here. That means the bank will not come under undue external influence on its operational and policy decision-making process. Mr. President, clauses 6 to 9 seek to amend sections 6A to 6D of the Act to stipulate how the senior executives of the Bank of Jamaica are appointed and terminated. It details that the Governor will be appointed for a term of 5 years and may be reappointed. The Senior Deputy Governor will be appointed by the Governor-General in Council on the recommendation of the Board, and the other Deputy Governors will be appointed by the Board on the recommendation of the Governor. The tenure of appointments, this is important, all these appointments now tend to be done by the Minister. It's giving the Bank of Jamaica clear and independent governance. The tenure of appointments of these officers will be by a term not exceeding 5 years. The clauses also clarify who is authorized to determine the terms and conditions and the emoluments associated with such appointments. Clause 11 seeks to amend Section 8 of the Act, which speaks to the capital of the Bank of Jamaica. The section is being amended to increase the capital of the bank stated in the law from, I have to pause for you to hear this, from 4 million Jamaican dollars. A dega 4 million, and it was just erased to 4 million a couple of years ago. From 4 million, and you should hear this as well very clearly, to 20.6 billion Jamaican dollars, consistent with the objective of ensuring that the capital of the modernized Bank of Jamaica would be equal to 5% of monetary liabilities based on its 2018 year-end audited financial statements. And I'll just say, because I know Senator Webby and others will get this very quickly, that gives you a 20 times leverage of your equity, your capital, which gives the bank tremendous power to do what it has to do in a growing economy. This is a good move. This clause also contains amendments, and you know, as we talk about capitalization, Mr. President, this is very important. I just want to add something else. The Bank of Jamaica has been capitalized in the amount of, as I said, 20.6 billion. And the GOJ has settled all of the central bank's losses in the amount of an additional 33.2 billion over the past 2 fiscal years. In the last administration, continuing to this one, the Andrew Holness administration has settled 33.2 billion over the past 2 fiscal years. Amazing. The Bank of Jamaica is in a stronger position to pursue open market operations and relax the reliance on blunt prudential tools of liquidity management. The BOJ's enhanced ability to respond to liquidity pressure has provided buffers, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go on later on in this presentation. So, Mr. President, this clause also contains amendments, that's clause 11, to remove the concept of an authorized capital for the bank from section 8.1 of the Act. The amendment to subsection 3 stipulates that the capital of the bank provided for at subsection 8.1 may be increased by a resolution passed by the House of Representatives. Clause 13 seeks to amend section 9 of the Act, which stipulates that the Bank of Jamaica is obliged to establish and maintain a reserve fund into which the net profit of the bank, after allowing for specified contingencies, is to be deposited. The section is being amended to stipulate how profits and losses of the bank will be addressed. The amendment seeks to redefine Bank of Jamaica's statutory capital in the law to be dynamic, with its adequacy determined in relation to its monetary liabilities. As such, it stipulates both lower and upper threshold for statutory capital. The proposal defines a lower threshold of 3% of monetary liabilities. And although I said that the normal leverage would be 20 times, if we drop that capital to liabilities level to 3%, then you move it up to 33 1/3%. But that is not where we're going to go. And speaking to the Senior Deputy Governor earlier this morning, his aim, his colleagues' aims are fully clear that we don't fall below 5% because all kinds of bells will be ringing. Nonetheless, one has to make arrangements. And so the lower threshold of 3% of monetary liabilities, below which recapitalization of the bank by government is required, and an upper threshold of 8% of monetary liabilities, above which all realized profits are distributed to the government. Why is that, Mr. President? Simple. You don't want these, I'm saying it nicely, unelected, powerful people at the Bank of Jamaica saying, oh, we want to make the bank so capital rich. And I've seen CEOs try to do that. We want to make sure our company is capital rich, that you don't invest and run the operations of or tighten, make too tight the operations of the country's economy. So there's an upper limit of 8%. When you hit that limit, you have to pay out the money as dividends to the government. This amendment will ensure that the central bank is financially independent, in that it will be provided with financial resources, thus safeguarding the strength of its balance sheet in order to fulfill its mandate and be allowed the autonomy to manage its internal affairs. It should be noted that in the event the bank's statutory capital, as defined, were to fall below 3% of monetary liabilities, the government has 6 months from the start of the fiscal year within which to issue marketable securities. Also, in the event that the securities are not issued by the government within that period, there are provisions which stipulate the responsibility of the board to notify the minister and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Mr. Minister, Mr. Speaker, the capital of the Bank of Jamaica needs to be increased. Please get on and do your job. There's another important infusion here. Up to now, Mr. President, the Bank of Jamaica looks after, gives the government money, and they get an IOU. An IOU from a government at sometimes which was really, really difficult, that in difficult financial position. That means that really the IOU was sort of a bad debt. can't happen anymore under these amendments, Mr. President, because you must now give securities to the Bank of Jamaica to make sure that all those disbursements are supported by securities that are respected. The clause also includes provisions to indicate the amounts of distributable earnings which should be paid to the government, that is, dividends in another word, in different circumstances. In particular, no distributions should be made where statutory capital falls below that 5% I mentioned before of monetary liabilities, since that threshold represents the target level for the bank's capital. And as I said, the senior deputy governor confirmed that again, as that's their clear intention. Clause 14 of the bill, Mr. President, which addresses the powers of the bank to grant temporary loans and advances to financial institutions, seeks to amend the Act by amending the proviso to Section 23F of the Act to reflect the risk characteristics of the collateral provided instead of the cap of 75% of the current market value of the collateral in the case of securities issued by the government or other governments, bills of exchange, and promissory note. Clause 16 amends the Act by insertion of parts VAA and VAB of the Act. The amendments in this clause allow for the establishment of statutory committees, which are collective decision-making bodies. In other words, Mr. President, no longer can the governor, who has tremendous power now, just dictate what must be done. These will be collective decision-making, and already we'll talk about, other clauses talk about who can be on these committees. You must be fit and proper, you must be a lawyer, you must be an accountant, you must be people of capacity who can do this. It also stipulates that proper governance and accountability mechanisms are to be in place to allow for appropriate reporting relationships with both internal and external stakeholders of the committees. Part VAA contains provisions relating to the establishment of the Monetary Policy Committee. The provisions in this part details the composition of the Monetary Policy Committee, its tenure, its eligibility of the appointed members, secrecy and indemnity of members, and procedures relating to the meetings of the committee. The functions of the monetary policy, including the responsibility for determining monetary policy of the bank, are also included in this part. Important provisions relating to setting the target for inflation by the Minister of Finance, with the Monetary Policy Committee being operationally responsible for achieving that target. Mr. President, effective inflation targeting invites serious investors to invest in Jamaica. Mr. President, because of our lack of fiscal space, we haven't had much room to pump prime our economy through fiscal activities such as the United States, which has the currency, the world currency, the reserve currency of the world, and the huge printing press ability of the Federal Reserve because of the reserve currency capacity of the United States. They could print $750 billion when they had their banking crisis in 2008, just off the bat of like that, because they have the capacity. We don't have that capacity. So now, Mr. President, with the putting in of the new monetary policy, we have been able to use monetary policy to do some of the things that we couldn't do in the fiscal policy, which means what? Let me tell you what it means. in the past 10 years, in the past couple of years, 2 or 3 years or so, we have reduced our interest rates at the central bank 10 times to a place where it's 0.5%. That's something, yeah, thank you very much, that's something we must applaud, because what that means is, while we can't have the Minister of Finance spend money we don't have because we want to continue to maintain fiscal responsibility and keep our debt going down, we reduce the cost of money so Senator Webby and his bank and his companies can get money cheaper. Therefore, money is in the economy. Businesses can borrow from banks cheaper. Banks have an interest in going out and selling money to people because they have a lot of it and they need to make sure they make money on it. But that comes from monetary policy, sound monetary policy by the Andrew Holness administration, and in this instance, led by Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark. Various policy monetary reforms have introduced two-way movement of the exchange rate and have accommodated a decreased involvement of the Bank of Jamaica in the foreign exchange market. Now, I must tell you, I deal with a lot of businessmen, and some of them don't like that. I've had to take time and explain that if you're going to have a market regime in a multilateral world, you can't have government have its finger on the lever of the foreign exchange business, because if you do that, it means that you're going to set the price of foreign exchange by edict, and that means if you have $3 billion to cover your imports and your needs, you're going to spend it defending the currency. Whereas when you set a price for the currency, Don has to decide, my fellow colleague Don Webby, Senator Webby, has to decide if he really has 100,000 or $2 million or $2 billion US dollars to buy what he wants. And if he has that money, then he goes to the bank and he says, what's the price today? The bank says, this is the price. If you set it the other way and say the central bank has a fixed rate, when you use up the $2 billion that we have US dollars to defend the currency, what do you do after that? So monetary policy allows the price mechanism to work for a commodity that we call money. That's really what that kind of policy has done. And in fact, Mr. President, what has happened is, what has happened through all this is that today, in the middle of the pandemic, our gross reserves and net international reserves remain at the region of all-time highs, rather than we have deleted that money to defend the currency. What do I mean? In 2013, December, our net international reserves were $1.1 billion and 47 million US dollars. At the end of 2019, that figure was $3,162 million, almost 3 times the amount of what it was in 2013. And that's at the end of 2019, before COVID. Mr. President, today, December 2nd, up to December 2nd, I got the figure, and that figure is $3,106. No, me get it from the senior deputy governor. Me check, do my own checks, Senator Brown. Okay. So, Mr. President, today we are at at the end of 2019, before COVID, we were at $3.162 billion US dollars. Today, after COVID, After all the months of COVID, all those care packages that my fellow Senator Samuda spoke about just now, all of those care packages, all the things that the Minister of Finance has done, we are still today at $2.98 billion US dollars. That's what good monetary policy has helped us to do in a very difficult time. And that's policy. That's Andrew Holness, Nigel Clark, all of us who work there. Policy, Mr. President. To ensure transparency surrounding the setting of the inflation target, and this is not private information, to allow and to ensure transparency surrounding the setting of the inflation target, it should be noted that the part contains provisions to notify Parliament within 14 days. Remember now? Yes, this part is Nigel Clark, Minister of Finance. For him rule base. Happy to read it. Anytime in this part, there's a change and we finish setting the inflation target, him and the governor, them have to come to Parliament and tell the Jamaican people what it is in 14 days. In 14 days, because we make good policy. There are also provisions for the publication of the target on the ministry's website. The part also contains provisions to ensure transparency and accountability of this committee by requiring reporting, publication of policy and decisions of the committee meetings. The Jamaican public must and can know. The new part VAB contains the provisions for the establishment of the Financial Policy Committee, FPC. The part stipulates the composition. I think I should take a sip of drink here. We'll have a drink, Mr. President.
Even Lammy enjoyed. No Jack Angel economics. No Jack Angel economics.
The part, Mr. President, stipulates the composition of the committee, protection of the members, that means they must be independent, secrecy provisions, what they discuss must be kept secret until the time for it to be released, relating to members and the functions of the Financial Policy Committee. There are provisions in the part to stipulate the conditions by which the appointment of the members of the committee can be revoked by the Governor-General in Council, providing that this shall be on the recommendation of the board of the bank. Again, independence and yet accountability. The Financial Policy Committee, Mr. President, will have responsibility for financial policy, including policies and procedures for prudential supervision, macroprudential policies, payments and settlement system policies, policy matters arising from statutory mandates or delegated by the Minister of Finance relating to remittances, cambios, and credit reporting and any other financial policy matters for which the bank is given responsibility. Clause 17 seeks to amend Section 34H of the Act to ensure consistency with provisions for the two new committees, that is, the Monetary Policy Committee and the Fiscal Policy Committee, which are proposed to be inserted in the Act. Section 34H, Mr. President, contains provisions for the Financial System Stability Committee, FSSC, and one of the proposed amendments is to ensure that the appointed members of the committee are not directors of the bank or a member of another statutory committee, where this would result in more than one member of the committee being a member of another statutory committee, or a member of any statutory committee being on more than 2 statutory committees. There are proposals for other amendments to Section 34H, including the insertion of provisions for fit and proper, assessment of FSSC members, updating terms including public body, insertion of provision for which speaks to the remuneration of FSSC members, similar to those of the MPC and the FPC. Clause 18, Mr. President, seeks to amend Section 34M of the Act by making reference to Section 23F in paragraph B. It also deletes the current paragraph D and replaces it with a new paragraph D to reflect that in the event of a threat to stability in the financial sector, notwithstanding the restrictions provided for at Section 23F, the conditions under which the Bank of Jamaica can provide emergency liquidity assistance to financial institutions will, of course, be considered. Clause 19, Mr. President, repeals and replaces Section 36 of the Act with provisions that stipulate the establishment of reduced limits of credit that the bank provides to government and the public sector in any fiscal year where there occurs an event declared as a national emergency. Please note that this clause stipulates that the Minister of Finance would be responsible to declare that there is a national emergency for the purposes of this section. This declaration will be done by order subject to affirmative resolution. Now, this is important, Mr. President. In other words, the government of Jamaica no longer has a blank check. The government of Jamaica, all are we, must make sure we manage. And them to them coming over. Please. Must make sure that we manage the affairs of the country in such a way that we keep a tab of what we're spending and what we're getting in. We can't just go to the central bank and say, draw some more money. You can't just go print money. So the law says the minister has to declare an emergency, must come here and say it, and by the way, there is a cap on what you can spend. So manage your business very well. Clause 20 repeals and replaces Section 37 of the Act with provisions that limits the power of the bank to purchase securities issued or guaranteed by the government. That said, what I just said is said in another way here. There's a limit to how much them can buy from you, Mr. Government. Manage your affairs well. In other words, Senator Don Webby, you can't just go run with it. You notice, Senator, for years I have been. We agree. The Clause 21 of the bill repeals and replaces Section 41, with provisions that limit the power of the minister to give directions to the bank. Minister can't just get up and say, I'm going to call the governor and you must do this. Those days are ending. Well, the truth is, while it was not de jure, while it was not the law, I know, for instance, since I came back to Jamaica, Minister Omar Davis, who was Minister of Finance at the time, and subsequent ministers since I've been here, have been very judicious about not instructing the governor of the bank to go in directions that they have no authority or shouldn't be doing. So, but now it is becoming de jure, it is becoming the law. The minister can't just pick up a phone and instruct. The clause provides that the minister cannot issue directions to the bank in relation to monetary policy or supervisory matters. This is to ensure operational independence of the bank in the conduct of monetary and financial policy. Clause 22 repeals and replaces Section 43 of the Act. The provisions in this clause give details on the preparation and audit of the financial statements of the bank. Again, outside review, independent review by the independent auditors to make sure that the affairs of the bank are kept in good order. Very important. Clause 23, Mr. President, amends Section 44 of the Act by inserting a new section, subsection 2A, which details the time frame within which the Governor should submit reports relating to the performance and main activities of the Board and the committees of the bank. It also gives details about the tabling of the report in the House of Parliament. In the House of Parliament. In other words, Parliament, through this law, is giving tremendous autonomy to the Bank of Jamaica. The Bank of Jamaica must come back to the House of Representatives and make themselves accountable. After tabling, the report is to be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, and the Governor should make himself or herself available to present the reports to and answer questions before the Committee of Parliament. These provisions are to ensure greater accountability and transparency. I want to say this again. The elected members, elected by the people of Jamaica to the House of Representatives, are handing considerable authority to the unelected officials at the Bank of Jamaica. This means the elected must keep the unelected very accountable. I want to be on the record, standing in the upper house, to making sure my colleagues here and in that other place take this clause, number 23, very seriously. But don't interfere with the bank. Keep them accountable. Clause 24 of the bill amends the Act by inserting a new Section 45A, which stipulates that the bank has to comply with the governance rules set out in the second schedule. The schedule contains similar provisions as the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, as are applicable to the Bank of Jamaica. That took a lot of discussion in the Joint Select Committee, as I could see here and as I checked. But much of what is in the PBMA is in the schedule that I mentioned, Schedule 2, second schedule. But the PBMA does not legally apply to the Bank of Jamaica. Schedule 2 does. The contents of the PBMA is largely in that Schedule 2. Clause 25 amends the Act by inserting a new Section 50A, which describes enforcement provision in the event that there are these contraventions. Clause 26 of the bill, Mr. President, amends the schedule of the Act. The amendment to the schedule include provision relating to the tenure of office for the 5 appointed directors of the board. It must be noted that the tenure of the directors will be for a period of 10 years. It also provides for a staggered, that's why they have to be chosen so very carefully. It also provides for staggered appointment of these 5 directors across political cycles. In other words, a lot of discussion was had about that as well in the JSC, in other places that I'm aware of, and we wanted to make sure that directors cross the normal 5-year term of any particular administration. In the transition period, the directors will be appointed for a term of 10, 8, 6, 4, and 2 years, respectively. Only these directors will eligibly will be eligible for reappointment. After this transition period, directors who serve a full term of 10 years will not be eligible for reappointment. In other words, there's a term limit. The amendments also specify that persons employed in the government, public body, or employees of the bank are not eligible to be an appointed member of the board. The clause also includes other provisions relating to the resignation of the executives of the bank and termination of the appointments of the directors of the board. Mr. President, Clause 27 contains provisions for the insertion of the new second schedule, which contains the governance rules for the Bank of Jamaica. As indicated before, the rules are similar to those in the PBMA, but with appropriate modifications as applicable to the central bank. Clause 28, the final clause that I'll address, Mr. President, contains the provisions for consequential amendments to the Banking Services Act, the Public Procurement Act, and the Public Bodies Amendment and Accountability Act. So, Mr. President, the amendment of the Bank of Jamaica Act is an important step to modernize the Bank of Jamaica through clarification of its mandate and enhancement of its governance structure. The amendment seeks to bring greater independence to the Bank of Jamaica in its operations and policy decisions-making process, while at the same time ensuring, importantly, transparency and accountability through adequate governance arrangements. Mr. President, these amendments of the Act provide for greater BOJ independence, but that greater independence is counterbalanced by ensured transparency and broad public accountability. I look forward to the contributions of my colleagues and their support of these amendments. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Yeah. Mr. President.
Senator Brown, you need the lectern?
No.
Senator Brown.
Yeah. Mr. President, this morning we indicated that the bills before us was going to get cooperation and that we would be not in conflict on them. We are going to keep our word in respect to the BOJ, the amendments to the Bank of Jamaica Act, and other amendments to other legislations. I want to join Senator Hill, who made his maiden ministerial piloting of a bill. In thanking a number of people, and I just ditto to those who you have called before. That's where I'm going next. So I want to especially, on your behalf, on my behalf, on all of us' behalf, to thank the parliamentary staff for the tremendous cooperation and sacrifices that they made. Mr. President, you'll be aware that last year, Christmas, this bill was very current in debate. And we had meetings during the holidays, here and away from here. So on Saturdays, the staff of the stenowriters, for example, and other members of staff had to come down to the Bank of Jamaica to meet, moving away from their family obligations. There are some of us who said, Minister, you're moving too fast. Ease off and let people enjoy the Christmas. Then the elections came and the bill was put off, and it came back. So I want to thank the parliamentary staff for their support and the sacrifices they made. Truth be told, Mr. President, the issue of the BOJ independence have long received bipartisan support. The PNP in government and out of government support it. The JLP in and out of government support it, though sometimes you never know what they support when and where, because if I think of the NHT, but Arbin led me there. But let me put it this way. I never know what and when they support. But the truth be told, in respect to BOJ independence, both sides support their independence. Notwithstanding the presentation of Senator Hill, where you think this is just a great government doing. He knows better, because he has the report of the committee, Joint Select Committee, and not only that, Mr. President, a number of us in the Senate sat on the Joint Select Committee. I'm not going to talk about my friend who didn't come to any meeting. You know. There's one. But I believe... He came to one? I don't know who you're talking, but it's a friend of mine, right? But Senator Gale, Senator Samuda, I believe, Minister, you're on that committee too? You attended one. But you're not the friend I'm talking about. You're a friend, but not the friend I'm talking about. But Senator Samuda, I believe, from the other place, Minister Campbell also was on that Joint Select Committee. A lot of work was done in the Joint Select Committee. And so, Mr. President, if you look at page 53 of this bill, a very astonishing statement is made. Passed in the House of Representatives the 17th day of November 2020. Not a single amendment. Not a single amendment. And there's a reason for that. The Joint Select Committee took all the amendments. We worked together. And this is something, Mr. President, that the public doesn't see enough. They believe that in the Parliament, it's about the two sides quarreling. But when we work together for the benefit of Jamaica, they don't really see it. And we need to remind them, Senator Hill, that both sides work in a spirit of cooperation. There was excellent cooperation. And here, Mr. President, allow me to say that the spokesman on finance for the opposition during that time, Mr. Mark Golding, who is now the leader of the opposition, contributed significantly to that bill. He contributed significantly. He was quick to write. I don't know what you're talking about. We should not speak behind people's back. We shouldn't speak behind people's back. But Senator Gold, Member Golding, I don't know what you're talking about. Member Golding was quick to send notes to Minister Clark, quick to raise issues, and it made the process smoother. And I'm going to say that level of cooperation given to the BOJ Act, where what is good for Jamaica will get our support, is what I expect to continue under Mark Golding's leadership of the opposition. It wasn't Mark Golding alone. It wasn't Mark Golding alone. Peter Phillips, from 2013, inserted in the IMF agreement the issue of inflation targeting which is the central part of the job that the Bank of Jamaica is going to carry out. So we stand for inflation targeting, with or without the reggae music. We have stood for it for a long time, and we stand by it now. In spreading it abroad. Mr. President, that cooperation was also met by a willingness on the part of Minister Clark to compromise and to accept reasonable suggestions. Right? And I commend him for that. So this bill that comes to us without amendment is the work of both sides working together. And Senator Hill, I know, because if you turn the back page of that report, you will see that I attended every single meeting. And you will see, if you look at the minutes of each meeting, that I contributed. Hey. So, this bill... So you're not a bench warmer? Never was. This bill, Mr. President, may sound technical and difficult, and believe me, my friend, Senator Hill, I call my colleague and say, you understand what I'm saying? And she said, yes, she understands most of it. But the ordinary people out there wouldn't understand much of what you have said. Well, we need to make sure we grow the economy so Jack and the Beanstalk is still relevant. Right? Jack and the Beanstalk still relevant. We must grow the economy. We must grow the economy. And by the way, Mr. President, by the way, Senator Orton then was a member of that committee. He had replaced Senator Crawford. Well, maybe it didn't reach him. But the entire opposition side agreed. And as you say, signed even by people who was not ever meeting. So let it be clear. Resulting from the cooperation, a good bill has emerged, and Jamaica must give thanks for that level of cooperation between both sides. Mr. President, we insisted, and both sides agree, that in giving the independence to the governors and the board of directors of the Bank of Jamaica, that it was important that they be held accountable to the Jamaican people. And so we are happy that it was agreed that they would come to Parliament to defend their reports and their work. That is in the bill, and we cheer it on. So they will come to the Parliament, they will come to the Standing Finance Committee, which means all the members of the Parliament will have a chance to discuss with them how they are meeting the inflation target and the issues connected thereto. Mr. President, there is a clause 3(2)(b) in the bill which essentially says that the provisions of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act shall not apply to the Bank of Jamaica. And so the question may be asked, why exempt BOJ with so much money from proper management of the funds pumped in by the people of Jamaica? And it's suffice it to say, Mr. President, the PBMA, Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, is being honored in the breach by too many government agencies. They break it, they overspend, they spend in a way that is not consistent with the law, and we see too much of that now. the Auditor General report and the Festival Commission or the JCDC is about the latest. But if you go back and look at the Auditor General report, there's numerous breaches by companies in the public sector. And so while the law says the PBMA Act does not apply to the Bank of Jamaica, the committee, Senator Gale, Senator Samuda, Senator Campbell, Minister Johnson Smith, myself, the rest of us on the committee, and the minister agreed, Minister of Finance, said that the provisions in the PBMA would be lifted from the PBMA and put in a schedule attached to this law so that the principles of the Public Bodies and Management Accountability Act applies to Bank of Jamaica. They are going to be held accountable for it, but just not under the PBMA, but under their own act, which we are amending through this legislation. So we insisted on the protection of the Jamaican people. Because, Senator Hill, you talk about what BOJ does for Jamaica. Remember, the money in BOJ comes from the taxpayers and the people of Jamaica. So they have a duty, a fiduciary responsibility to manage it properly. And that is why, again, we went to say, come to the Parliament and account for your action. So nobody should be left unaccountable. And this bill meets that desire. It is now for those in the other place to do their work. And on that I agree with you. It is for them to do their work and insist. Mr. President, I would not normally be speaking on this because I signed the committee report. I agree. But there's only one speaker from this side. And the mother N has assigned that responsibility to me. Had this situation been different today, maybe a different member of the committee would have spoken, but I'm the only committee member present today. And our leader has assigned at last. Mr. President, one of the innovations adopted by the committee was, to, as Senator Hill said, to stagger the board membership so that nobody was going to be there indefinitely. We maintain continuity. I hope the time never comes when anybody refuses to honor those democratic norms which are put in place. I hope they don't follow Senator Hill, the advice of a friend of is he a friend? Of certain people up north. They respect.
Senator Brown, I need to just inform you of something.
Don't.
I'm just informing you of something.
Don't, President.
That man has not mentioned the events up north even once.
Let's forgive him.
And I'm not saying
let's forgive him. Let's forgive him.
Not a word.
Let's forgive him. He's waiting on the Electoral College. Let's forgive him. Mr. President, the one issue I'd have spoken to, if I had to speak about the BOJ, and it's part of their mandate, it wasn't raised in the committee because, frankly, that wasn't the issue. But with the enormous independence given to them, Senator Gale, and having regard for a number of cases that have come public in the industrial relations area, up to this week I was reading a case involving your union and the bank, Senator Gale. I want to urge the bank, because they, and I'm going to say this publicly, I believe they lost their way over the last couple of years in respect to industrial relations matters. You know, they treat workers And I know, Senator Gill, you are a big defender of those workers there, and you insist and fight for justice. And even the courts support your fight. My good friend, I want to thank him for laying the foundation in at least one of the cases. My learned Queen's Counsel. In one of the cases, in laying down clear guidelines. And I hope my friend, Senator furthest from me, would teach the bank how to do it properly. Because otherwise it can be expensive. No, you are more than deserving. You are more than deserving. You wrote a brief that I believe every advocate on both sides should read, because you outline the law and the proper approach to be adopted in matters. And I respect that brief to the utmost. I plagiarize it too, I must tell you. I plagiarize it, and I'll share it with others. Because I think what you did, Senator Bryan, was an excellent piece of work. So the call, Mr. President, is for the BOJ to make sure the slippage in industrial relations doesn't take place now or become worse because of their independence. I make that appeal. I have every confidence in the current governor and the team around him. Some people who are no longer at the bank might have been at fault, but I blame nobody who have left. It is the responsibility of the bank to make sure now they get it right and they respect the fact, Mr. President, that the Labor Relations Code of Jamaica says a worker job must be treated with dignity. It's not a commodity. It must be respected. This is not just a message of BOJ, it's a message beyond BOJ. So I close, Mr. President, because I don't want to be as long as my friend Senator Hill, by saying there are no amendments that are going to be proffered by this side, Minister, to this bill. Not even one. Because all of those amendments were taken and agreed in the main in the Joint Select Committee, so that we endorse the bill. It's a bill which is the fruit of the work of both sides. Both sides not taking a partisan view to the issues during the Joint Select Committee. Both sides working assiduously to get the best we can. And so, Mr. President, I invite you to take leave of your chair so Senator Gill may be able to sit and sign this bill, having worked so hard in the Joint Select Committee. Having worked so hard in the Joint Select Committee to get this bill. So a bill that comes here with no amendment will get no amendment, and I thank the proponents on both sides, Minister Clark and opposition leader as he is now, Mark Golding, for working diligently to make sure we have common ground. It continues the work of Dr. Phillips and others, and on that basis, Senator Hill, you have our support. And I would invite you, given the time at 3:15, to whisper to the leader, let there be no more speaker. Let us go to committee.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister? Senator Hill, turn on your mic, please. I can't hear you.
And that be... Will you be... it's the color of your tie, man. And it's so bright. Mr. President, as I come, I must say, Before I even ask that we conclude the debate, it's the flipping of the page that made me miss. Mr. President, of course, is what I wrote. I'd like to thank the Attorney General's Chambers, the Office of the Parliamentary Council, Houses of Parliament. And I want to say many thanks to you again for all the work that you did. And I'm sorry that in the flipping of the page I missed it. But here we are, Mr. President, to conclude the debate, and I ask that the bill be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank those who contributed to the debate. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favour? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bank of Jamaica Act, read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. With the agreement of leader of government business and leader of opposition business, I put clauses 1 to 10. Those in favour? Against? I put clauses 11 to 21. Those in favour? Against? I put clauses 22 to 27. Those in favour? Against? I put the appendix. Those in favour? Against? Ayes have it. I put the schedule. Those in favour? Against? Ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favour? Against? Thank you. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favour? Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Minister?
Mr. President, I ask for the third reading of the bill.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be read for a third time. Those in favour? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bank of Jamaica Act, read a third time and passed.
Just two quick observations. First of all, indicating the obvious that when matters are referred to joint select committees and they are efficiently conducted, the result can be good legislation. That's number one. And number two, Minister Hill, may I compliment you on your presentation of the bill today. I have nothing to say. Lambert, Senator Brown, may I compliment you on the brevity of your presentation. Minister?
I was relaxed in the whole sense that another minister was managing things so ably. Allow me to add my compliments, Senator Hill. It is not intended to do any further business today, Mr. President, but we did mark World AIDS Day was recognized this week, and accordingly it was felt, given its importance, that a word could be said. With your leave, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I believe that Senator Longmore and Fraser Binns. Senator Longmore.
Thank you, President. I just wanted to, thank you. As the upper house, join in the recognition that was on December 1st for World AIDS Day that Jamaica was a participant in. Global solidarity through shared responsibility was the theme for this year's World AIDS Day. Mr. President, it is with great concern during these times of COVID that we recognize World AIDS Day. There has been significant strides in the management of the diagnosis of HIV and the progression to AIDS is less so. But it still continues to be of very significant concern to us in the health sector and as a population in general. We recognize that there were significant efforts that had to be stepped up during this year of COVID in terms of especially medication supply and ensuring that persons were able to maintain their ARVs. We recognize that there may be increased risk for transmission during this time because of the stresses that persons are undergoing during COVID. And so the conscious awareness of safe practices may not be as in the forefront of their minds. But it was also good to hear that there were, compared to previous years, there were 700 new cases reported last year in 2019 as compared to 1,165 new cases in 2018. So a significant reduction in the number of new cases. And 2018 statistics was actually 3% less than 2017. So in the midst of all of the stresses, etc., we still have to recognize the fact that we are seeing a reduction in the rate of new cases, and that is something to be recognized over the past 3-4 years. What was a little bit disheartening is to realize that approximately 14% of persons, it is estimated, don't know their status. You're talking about 4,500 persons. And this is alarming because we are in the age when significantly improved treatments are available. HIV diagnosis no longer has to be a death sentence as it used to be. And with these persons of unknown status, their lives could be significantly improved if they just go out and get tested. Not to mention the fact that they could be silently transmitting the disease. And so we implore persons to go out, remain conscious, and get your testing if you are engaged in activities that would put you at risk. And so with those key points, Mr. President, I just wanted to encourage and enable especially the staff at the Ministry of Health who are tasked with managing the HIV profile. I know personally that they do significant hard work in some very at-risk population and vulnerable groups. And so I encourage them, and as a population, as a nation, in 2020, we still have to remember that the practices that we encourage are even more necessary to be followed now. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Longworth. Senator Fraser-Binns.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to half of her time. Mr. President, names such as Rock Hudson, Charlie Sheen, and so most of us are too young to know Rock Hudson, but Rock Hudson was a fan of my mother, so I know about Rock Hudson, Charlie Sheen, but we all know Magic Johnson. And those are some of the noted names of persons who have caught the HIV virus. The theme this year, Global Solidarity, Shared Responsibility, it is in your hands. And Joan Stephen, when she was speaking and sharing her experience, she said when she got the prognosis or the diagnosis, she thought she was going to die. And it is unfortunate that still so many years since the first HIV case, persons still see HIV as a death sentence. In Jamaica, approximately 32,000 persons are said to be HIV positive. And regrettably, of the number of persons who are HIV positive, only about 84%, said to be positive, only about 84% actually know their status. It is important, as Senator Longmore said, that we all know our status. In October, we spoke about breast cancer awareness and importance of knowing and doing your mammogram. And it is the same thing, knowing your status. It is very important, and we can't stress that. It is important. It's also important that we continue the conversation and the dialogue with our teenagers, because our teenagers are also at risk. so they understand the importance of protecting themselves. Mr. President, as we mark HIV, World HIV Day, and we continue the celebration, we have to not just think about the work of the ministry, but we have to think about the work of entities such as the Jamaica AIDS Support for Life and the work that they have been doing and the kind of support, medical and other support that they have been given to persons who are HIV positive. We also have to think about the other entities like the Jamaica Network of Seropositives, and they must be commended for their work. As legislators, it is our duty to ensure that we work with all the entities to put all in place to provide the financial assistance to ensure that people who are HIV positive do not feel like it is a death sentence. Let it not be said by anyone who is HIV positive that they feel like they're going to die, because the truth is it is in their hands, and as legislators we have the charge to put that power in their hands. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Minister, just before we close off, just before we close off, I just wish to bring to the attention of the members, in March of this year, the Standing Orders Committee had written to the Attorney General's chambers with a view to getting an opinion concerning the possibility of, if necessary, holding virtual Senate meetings. A response from the Attorney General dated the 3rd of December has been received, and I'm going to commend it to the attention of all members of the Senate, those who are members of the Standing Orders Committee and those not. Certainly the leaders should have a look at it. And I'm also going to send it to the Speaker of the House, because I think a number of the points raised by the Attorney General's chambers are relevant to both houses. Thank you very much. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I must say that given the spirit that has abided in this house today, I wish I had put the shipping bill on the agenda as I had originally thought, because we still have time. but I do think it has been an excellent day where good work has been done. And in this context, I ask, Mr. President, that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Thank you very much. The question is the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor? Aye. Against? This meeting of the Honourable Senate for the 4th day of December 2020 is hereby adjourned.